We will re-adjourn. I was just having some fun with Amy because I was wondering if the second hand on the clock at the back of the room was accurate. I was waiting to turn into 11:30, and I can pleased to inform you that the second hand on that clock is in fact accurate. There you go. Isn't that good news? All right, then welcome back everyone. We were going to confirm the agenda. We didn't quite get that far until we were had some IT issues. So I'll move the confirmation of the agenda. Now, Rob, you had a question. Thanks.
I do have a question, Mayor Paula, and that question is the standing order to reduce the debate time to 2 minutes. I think that some of the decisions that need to be made today are quite significant, and I think 2 minutes, if I go back when I first came onto council, it was 5 minutes. Last term it was reduced to 3 minutes, and now at a very important meeting that we have today, it's down to 2 minutes. So while if I could just ask you to encourage elected members to try and keep it to 2 minutes, but I would like to have the opportunity in some of the areas of debate today to have the 3 minutes which standing orders provides for.
So my intent was to do 2 minutes for the individual small items and the full debate time at the end, as we normally do, when all your issues in the round can be debated.
Okay.
But that, I haven't moved it yet.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
Suggesting it. So I'm in the hands. It's
so
just
is the last one part O, part F? Is it? Is that what you would regard as the one that we might get up to 5 minutes for? Sean,
can you help clarify that? Because we talked about this in the planning meeting.
I see part F as the capital program.
I just want to point out that we've had. It's not to stifle, and I do want to be fair. So I'm in the hands of council. But we've had 3 goes at this now with full debate. I don't want to stop you having a say, but it makes a substantial difference to the length of the day if we do 3 or 5 minute debate when you multiply it by 13. Sean, how could we do that where for the smaller items we get the 2 minutes and we get 5 to...
Madam Chair, if Rob reduced his questions, could we give him an extra minute?
Yeah.
I've already asked questions of staff, so I'm hopeful that today
Rob, would you
I won't
be happy if we stuck to 2 minutes apart from F and we had the full debate?
Yeah, that would be fine with me. But right. I'm open to any suggestions from other elected members.
Brilliant. So I'll move that we suspend the. Oh, Martin.
I have a funeral on Tuesday morning, so it's in my interest to finish today personally, so I'll be really brief as I usually am, but I just want to just use your discretion, just noting in terms of good governance, and I respect a chair will use discretion at some points.
Yeah, no, I will, and I like I say, this isn't to stifle debate, but this is to stop repeat debate. Also, we're in your hands, councillors. We do ask really good questions, and questions are part of are important when final reports come back. But please use your questions to clarify, not your questions to debate. And then we will have fair debate, but we won't be held up with question time. That would be ideal. I'll move that the standing orders be changed to 2 and final. Thank you, Councillor Van Oosten. All in favour? Thanks very much. Yes. Thank you. We didn't have to do. No, that's right. We don't do conflict of interest because we've done that prior, right? We just asked if there was any. Are there any matters of conflict of interest, councillors? Conflict of interest? Anyone? 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 No. Right. We'll move on then. So we'll move to item 5, which is the confirmation of the open minutes of 25th of July, May. I don't know why I was going to say July. May. I'm happy. Pardon? I'll second. Okay, I'll move in. You in seconds. Are there any matters arising from that? There shouldn't be because they're all brought forward into the next report. In actual fact, it's moved. It's seconded. All in favour? Opposed? Opposed?
Carries unanimously.
Thanks, Amy. And so now we'll move on to the annual plan and the proposals included in table 1.
No, development contributions.
Oh, sorry. Should have been Specsavers, really.
The name of Lachlan's sitting in the room.
Yeah. Sorry, Lachlan. Actually, these are reading glasses, so you're actually a blur, so, but, you know. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Get nice and cosy. Good morning, councillors. So we are bringing you today the proposed development contributions policy for approval to proceed to adoption. There's one material change that we'd like to highlight for you, and that is the changing of the number of hours of public access from 40 hours to 30 hours. As a result of community feedback, and after the team assessed it, we thought it was fair to reduce it down to 30 hours. Following the hearings meeting last time, there was interest raised in looking at a community remission. Following legal advice, staff recommend that we look at that at the next full policy review alongside the long-term plan, and to take that out to the public for consultation. And I just also want to highlight just a couple of small changes which are immaterial around a typo in the GFA definition, and also just a reordering of section 18 on remissions to improve readability. So on that note, we're happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Tiki. Just one, what was the sort of the rationale behind the 40 to 30 hours?
So when we looked at it, while a remission could be quite substantial from a sort of our side of the fence, if you looked at it in terms of the whole building and the cost of the entire development, it could be disproportionate to expect such a large amount of community hours. So this 30 hours seemed to give us a good balance between school use without community use, but also giving a reasonable amount of community use. We've got an example in the report. So 30 hours could be something like 6 to 9 p.m. Monday to Friday, and then 9 to 5 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. So there's a fair amount of flexibility within that, and from the feedback that we got, 40 hours was just a little bit too intrusive on their time.
Okay, and that's just a minimum, so it could end up being more?
Yeah, it could be more.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor McPherson.
Councillor Robb was next.
Councillor Pascoe.
Borrow my glasses, Mayor Paula. Yeah, my question follows on from Councillor Ryan's. Is that for 52 weeks of the year, or is it for the same period that the school is actually open?
It's unspecified in the report, and if you have a look at the criteria that we set out, it's all at the discretion of council. So if at the end of the day it seems unreasonable or it seems very reasonable, council can make that decision. We haven't actually specified whether it's during the school term or not.
Would we want that, though, as part of the a contract with the school if we're...
I think that would depend fully on what the development was, and what the rest of, I guess, the package that we would be looking at. But there is a signed operational agreement as part of that criteria. So I feel that council could make specifications around being open during, for example, school holidays or otherwise, if they wished.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, look, again, following the last two questions, if this is not sort of an average, if it's just intended to apply, for instance, within any 1 week, I could understand that during school term weeks, but I don't understand the rationale. There's huge amounts of times when schools are not operating, and even if it was, say, a Christian school that needed it on Sundays, you know, think of the rest of the time when the school's not operating. I struggle to understand that rationale applied across the whole year. So I'm asking for sort of more detail on sort of what Rob's just been asking about, whether you take into account the entire year.
Good question, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I think, just to echo Tiki's comments, that it's set up sort of as a broad provision, for the council at its discretion to establish these terms. On the other hand, you could be more specific in the policy. So I think, having something that says 30 hours when school is operational and, X amount of hours otherwise is fine. I think the drafting was, just to give the council the flexibility, but I don't have a preference.
Okay, that's a handy answer. So we could we have to have an agreement in each case.
Yes.
So we could say this is how the agreement applies in detail whenever anyone applies to us. That's right.
That's right.
Which then takes in these sort of points. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? No?
I just have one, if that's okay.
Oh, sorry, and I was just told that too. My mistake. Kesh.
That's all right. Just to clarify, I think I heard Tiki say it. Did you say that we'd have to agree on an operational management agreement before this was actually reached, before DCs are?
That's correct, councillor. So there'd be a signed operational use agreement between council and the school prior to the remission being granted.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Mover is Councillor Hamilton. Do we have a seconder? Councillor McPherson. Debate?
Quickly, regarding the integrated DC development, I think this was a sensible approach. We've got to be careful not to open up a whole can of worms around DC remissions, and I think it's a sensible decision from legal to park that and let's put a chock under the wheel and reassess going forward. But I think this is around equity, and it's not retrospective, so it's just for integrated schools going forward. It's a good outcome for the community because it'll incentivise them to offer up community hours for multi-use sporting or other facilities. So and recognising it just tweaks some of those findings from the court hearings and court case. So I think it's a good, sensible outcome, and we haven't had any strong pushback from the development community on it. So well done from me.
Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, my debate is pretty similar to Councillor Ryan's. I think it's long overdue. My experience with state integrated schools has been that they have been at a disadvantage for many years, and yet they provide a significant benefit to the community in terms of someone else paying for the land and buildings rather than the state. And in my experience now with grandchildren using sports fields on Saturday and other sort of courts, I noticed that a number of the integrated schools are much more liberal in making their playgrounds available than a number of state schools are. So look, I think as Councillor Ryan says, there is good consistency in this policy, and certainly I think that the benefits will outweigh the loss in revenue that the council may experience as a result of missing out on DCs. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, look, I agree with the last two speakers, and Rob raised an interesting point about two interesting points to me. One was the issue of the loss of revenue is a paper loss because this is all going forward. It's not looking back, so we haven't lost anything. In fact, if we encourage someone to build something and or make it available to the community, we may have gained something if you look at the other side of that coin. So I think there's every chance we can do that by promoting wider community access to non-state school facilities. I think even the word integrated is probably a bit outdated now because there are charter schools and all sorts of private sort of arrangements where similar things could happen where if they get some sort of state recognition. But the bit that Rob's also, the other point was that some integrated schools provide better access to the community than state, and I would echo that. In fact, I'm quite disappointed with the attitude of some state schools in this area, so Rob's correct there. Not all of them, by the way. I like the bit about having a look at the community remissions going forward as well over the next year. I think that's a good idea, and if I'm around next council, I'm going to add to that having a look at getting the government to change its policy so we can start looking at equity in terms of charging for things like university and high school facilities, perhaps, and some sort of equity across the board, because we're stuck in the 1910s at the moment in this sort of area, and I think we need to look at much more modern way of supporting anything that supports the community. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, it's good to see that Dave will possibly be around in the next term, and I'm going to wish him well in his promoting. I want to shout out to Councillor Pascoe, who's got a very deep and long-standing association and history, both as a parent and in terms of governance with an integrated school system, and I totally support what he's saying, and I think this should build into our partnership that we have as a local authority, as a council, with our integrated and state schools and charter schools as we move forward, because obviously what we need to do is strongly encourage and work with our school communities, including integrated schools, to provide that community access. And in the end, as Dave and Rob and others have said, Ryan have said, it's ultimately a cost saving to the community. In reality, while we're giving with one hand, to a degree, we're absolutely going to get it back with another. Thank you, and I'm within 2 minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Nigel Rofe.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the staff for looking at the DC remissions in terms of community organisations providing community benefit, and I would like us at some point to actually look at how we can include that, whether that be through the next full policy review, and whether that be by looking at similar, partial remissions that other councils offer, how we create that avenue for community organisations to approach us with those requests. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just make a few comments, very, very brief ones, acknowledging all the points that previous speakers have made, but also acknowledging that we can't, as a council, afford to do everything on our own, and so partnership's the key word here. We do rely on shared facilities. In fact, that model has proved very successful on many occasions, and looking forward, I do believe we're going to lean on others more and more for shared facilities, which makes sense from the public's point of view, because you're not double paying for them. So all in favour. So let's go to the right to reply. No, thank you. All those in favour say aye.
Carried unanimously.
Opposed? Well, we didn't do the opposed, but I didn't think there was anyone. Okay, cool. Right, now we're into the annual plan. Thank you, staff. Okay, so we're going to, there's a lot of recommendations. I suggested, Council, that I'm going to move as a block the proposals and take by exception questioning and debate. So we have been through this. So I move that we receive the report, and I remove the inclusion of B, all the projects in B, and C. That's it at the moment, B and C, with noting that if you would like any items to be separately debated or discussed, please let me know. Seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Any exceptions?
Yeah, I was just wondering on process when you want to know that. So school travel planning and what else, Sarah?
There's a motion around Ward Street and cycle ones and the low cost
cycle
low
ones,
risk.
yes.
Yeah.
And
so that comes under the.
I've just got questions on the disability one. I might raise that instead at Councillor Mark's next committee, but depends on questions. So those would be the three.
Disability.
And Sarah, you've got another one?
Yes, so I had a motion regarding the Ward Street upgrade. So there should be one regarding low cost, low risk for cycling, one for Ward Street and one for the school travel.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we'll exclude those elements and move all of the rest as a block.
I think mine is in the same group that Sarah's is, on cycling facilities, which involves an addition to the current budget.
Yeah, so those are
But
both.
I think it's in the same area.
So they're both additional. and so we can, and the terms of the disability one, Councillor O'Leary, that sits under which part, do you think?
Yeah.
Councillor O'Leary?
Sorry, pardon?
Sorry, the the disability one you referred to. 'Cause
Yeah.
Where does that sit in the?
So no, it doesn't, but it was raised in submission, so I just have a couple of questions.
Okay.
I may not have an actual motion, I just wanted to,
Yeah, okay.
So that'll
when
be
we
a
get
question
to
on
that.
the additional information that we
Yes.
came back with.
see, yes,
Okay, the additional information.
yeah.
All right, so, yes.
Just a question of clarification. Are you asking us now which in, say, B, we would like to vote separately?
Yeah, or discuss in any greater detail.
Yeah, okay. Well, I would like to vote separately on B 1 and 2.
Madam Chair, can I just say a point of order? Rob's
Definition, which you might like to explain, the vote separately.
Well,
I thought the deal was if you actually wanted to raise it, to propose an alternative, so you had something different to put forward. If you just want to vote against it.
questions or debate, I guess.
So we could do that with, it's going to happen with almost everything.
No,
then.
well, hopefully not. That's the point. Most of them should be beyond that, and you're either going to vote for or you're going to vote against.
Yeah, but I thought it was to
And you
actually
will get
propose something
You will
different.
get debate on the suite of things.
Yeah, happy to do that. So 1 and 2 in B.
1 and 2. So say,
And in C, is it C, B? Oh no, that's still B. X,
bites on point.
yeah. And I guess once we get to D and E, that you're going to consider those separately anyway,
Yeah,
D
I'm only
and E.
doing B and
Yep,
C at this
okay.
point in time. So in respect to all the rest, Councillor Hamilton and I've moved, Councillor Hamilton has seconded. That's everything exclusive of Roman numerals 1, 2 and 10, and a additional conversation around Ward Street and the additional information on disability. That's what I've heard.
And the cycle ones is
Cycle ones.
another additional.
And school travel?
That is
That's
two.
two.
Yeah. Okay, so what I propose to do, Ewan, you're looking a bit confused, are you all right?
I think I've worked out what you're doing.
I think I've
It's been a long,
Can you tell us?
Someone knows.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is move everything exclusive of 1,
Everything excluded.
excluding Roman numerals 1, 2 and 10, cycle ones, Ward Street, and additional information on disability, which we will discuss separately. Excellent. It's been moved, it's been seconded. It's all very straightforward, so unless there are any questions, yeah, on the suite, yeah.
Thank you. So my first question is to Tracy.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Always nice to see you, Tracy. Look, I'm just, my good colleague, the Minister of Finance, has pointed something out to me, which I just want clarification on. And that is, when I now look at the balancing of the books, it looks like, for all intents and purposes, because we are no longer generating the projected surpluses that we had projected when we landed our long-term plan, not that long ago, we're now spending $162 million more over the entire 10 years. Have I misunderstood that?
I thought it was $116 million more.
Oh, well, either is
Something,
startling.
but yes, yep. So yes, you're right. So what you're looking at, if you look at the balancing the books, where we said we were going to be in deficit, you basically just add all of that up over the 10 years, the difference between those two graphs, and it comes to about 116 million. So yes, you're correct, Councillor Wilson.
And so what that basically means is if we hadn't had that occur, the surpluses would have been paying off debt, right? Mm-hmm. And that would enable us to borrow more at about 2.5 for each, every dollar, about $2.50, correct? Mm-hmm. But in fact, we are going to have less borrowing capability, correct?
Correct.
And overall, we're spending an extra 116 million.
So you're not spending another 116 million, so basically you have 116 million effectively less to borrow, because when you look at that net debt graph, you'll see that it's obviously a lot higher than what we have. What you are spending is interest. So obviously, because we've got higher debt to offset what the deficits were, you're going to end up fundamentally paying more interest from your balancing the books perspective.
And so if you were giving us professional advice, as you always do, what are our what are our options if we chose? Is it spend less or rate more? Are they the two options?
Yes.
So that was a yes. Right. So it's either spend less or rate the ratepayers more.
Yes.
Or do both and borrow more.
Yes.
Okay, so the
Thank
answer's
you.
That's
clear.
rates income.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Good question.
Or
Clear
from
answer.
other sources, effectively.
So, Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, thanks for those questions, Councillor Wilson. I have a question on E2, which is the application of a 5% inflation rate, which we settled on, and 7% for capital expenditure that we settled on
We're
earlier.
not on E2 at this point, though. We're only on
Well,
A.
I thought we were looking at the whole report, Mayor Paula.
No, we're not. We're looking at the projects under B
Well,
and C only.
Okay, well, I thought Councillor Wilson's questions were
I
around...
think Councillor
if-
Wilson's questions, if I'm correct, were to understand the overarching financial position before you vote on the projects, right?
It's all linked.
Yeah, it is all linked.
and so is my question,
I was
Mayor
going to say,
Paula.
so it's
Well,
Rob's.
I'll
It's
take
all
your
linked.
question.
Yeah, if the 5% is adequate or inadequate, then obviously that's going to have an impact right back to the start of... but my question is, and whether it fits into the earlier category or not, are you happy that where we landed in the earlier discussion before we went out for consultation, that the 5% is an adequate estimate for the potential increase in OPEX charges caused by the inflation? And the reason I asked that question is earlier this week we were presented with an increase which was very heavily scrutinised from a contractor, where that contractor was seeking an operational increase of about 6.8%.
So thank you, Councillor Rob. So yes, I am. So remember, most of our operational contracts are already locked and loaded. So we've already done all of that work, and you'll know when we bring contracts to you, we've locked and loaded those prices over a period of years. So a lot of our bigger ones are already locked in. So obviously the 5% increase
is a good
average
Yeah,
for
okay.
some of those ones. We will get a little bit higher.
And so you're not seeing any immediate need for us to perhaps give us the advice that we should relook at that now, given the evidence that's starting to come through?
No.
Okay, thank you.
May I just add to that, Rob, is that we have discussed as a leadership team that although we are happy with the recommendations as they are now, we do acknowledge that there is a risk to that. And so we want you to be eyes wide open in terms of there are some inflation risks, but we do have mechanisms through the finance committees and other channels to, if those risks materialise, to bring those to council at the appropriate time.
Yeah, my question isn't asking for certainty from you, but just whether or not you think that 5% and the 7 are still adequate in terms, before we finally sign off the budget, whether it perhaps needs another look at. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think you and you've got a question about inflation also, yeah?
I do, but I think, just on the balancing book diagram again,
Yeah.
because I was disappointed at myself having miscalculated the 162 million when in fact it's 116. Tracy, just help me, because I think every elected member has this little form in front of them.
Yes, they do.
And so my calculation was on the top one. And I think where I've miscalculated is am I correct in saying to determine the figure, I need to take the top of the green line, which was basically what we had forecasted, and then the difference is between that and the top of the dark blue line?
Correct.
Excellent. Unfortunately, the little lines are really hard to guesstimate what the figures are, so I guess I rounded off. But you're telling me that it's a total of 116 million. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Any further questions on that? Good. Well, not good, but so we're going to move everything as I've suggested, and you can debate it, and you can of course speak against it. And if you feel the financial position colours your opinion of those projects, you'll vote accordingly, I guess. So as the mover, I will just say that we turned over every stone in our many workshops and earlier deliberations on the annual plan to look for cost savings. We heard from our community. We saw some things we had to do that were projects that weren't previously included, and there were some things that the public leaned in to ask us to do for them. I take on board the conversation that, through questions, very good questions that Councillor Wilson and Councillor Pascoe have just asked about the overall financial position. I don't think any of us can be gleeful about the financial position we find ourselves in. However, we have been over these projects, and they have reached majority support. Therefore, I am going to move them, and I'll leave my debate there. Councillor Hamilton, do you want to say anything? You don't. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor Paula, and thanks to all the staff who've worked really, really hard. And thanks, as always, to Rob and his Chair of Finance, who constantly helps me get my head around some of the detail, because I get out of depth quickly, where his background helps me. But look, my conclusion is that we're in financial trouble. And I'm not going to support the annual plan. And I'm not going to support the annual plan because we've continued to spend when we should have stopped spending. And I know, and I can hear it already, those who will say, the sun will rise tomorrow, and we will manage debt, and we've just got to continue writing cheques. And then I also know some, logically, from a commercial background, will say, actually, the only way to solve this is, if we're not prepared to not spend, is we've got to increase the rates. And that argument is correct on a technical basis, and would probably have to increase the rates by about 11%. To feed this endless desire we have of spending. And it's not targeted at anyone. It is simply, we all feel driven to do things that we feel are right. The trouble is, we just have to keep borrowing to enable it to happen. I cannot go out to the community and tell them that I'm going to increase the rates by 10% or 11%, because they are hurting. They are hurting. Inflation is biting at their ankles, and I think we're on the cusp of a recession.
Thank you.
So I'll be just one more second if I can, because I think I've got 13 seconds left before you interrupt. Oh no, it's going the wrong way. Look, the reality is we're in trouble. I think we needed to cut, and as such, since we can't get our head around that, I'm voting against the annual plan.
Thank you. Anyone else in debate? Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I just want to focus on 2B at this stage, and leave perhaps where I might land at the end. But there are 3 items in 3B which I don't think we should be funding. I think as far as items 1 and 2 are concerned, they are part of the four well-beings, and I think we are interpreting the four well-beings far too liberally. The intent should be that the ratepayer should not pick up either of these two costs when in fact they are the resolve and the liability of central government. While both projects have merit, and we should be actively...
just point of process, we are talking about 1 and 2 separately, so we're only talking about the rest. 1, 2 and 10.
I thought we were voting on those separately.
We're voting on them separately.
But I thought we were talking...
No, we're taking them out and dealing with them separately.
Oh, okay. So are we still doing 2B then, are we?
We're going to talk about... What? Yes, we're
Are we
doing 2B.
Are we debating just 2B?
2B excluding...
Oh, sorry. I thought we were going to debate the whole lot and then vote for them separately.
No.
Okay.
You'll be able to ask questions.
All right, so I'll get a second chance.
I'm not trying to cut you off your debate.
That's all right.
If you want to talk about any of the other projects.
I'll practice for next time.
Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Look, I just want to comment on it in response to Councillor Wilson. Look, I'm not sure, Ewan, that the sun actually rose even today because it was so cloudy I couldn't see it. But I looked at the forecast and it's definitely proposed for a sunrise tomorrow and the next day. And I'm not sure about writing cheques because they cancelled cheques about a year ago, and so I don't think it's possible for anyone to do that. But slightly more seriously, I would like to draw your attention, and you were around some of this time in between visits to other countries about 10 years ago, where the forerunner of this council wound back spending considerably in response to a perceived economic crisis. And that cost this city for years to come, and even in the first couple of years of this council we were dealing with large costs of catching up for our infrastructure for many items, some of them key infrastructure in the Three Waters and transport areas, I might add, but not just that, also in the community area. If you wind things back because of the short-term financial issues, which you've correctly identified, apart from the sun not coming up, then you buy yourself further problems. You need a steady as she goes expenditure for most of our facilities and resources. Otherwise, it's going to cost more in the long run. I would rather that we bit the bullet, a small bullet every year for years to come, than say we're not going to do that this year and have to dramatically increase it in future years. And I'll show you my weather forecast after this.
Thank you. Any further speakers? No, just a quick right of reply, and I'm not going to comment on the broader financial issue until later. Just on these projects in particular, we need an annual plan. We need an annual plan because we need to direct staff as to what to do for the community. Everyone had a chance to pull out projects so many times. I've lost count of how many times people were asked, what do you want to do? What do you not want to do? I disagreed with some ins and I disagreed with some outs. We all did. We had things that we moved around. But some of this work, much of this work, in fact, is pretty critical. I look at number 6, Roman numeral 6, Puketi Treatment Plan Power Resilience. We know what happened when the power went out with Puketi Water Plant. All the sewage went into the river, and that's not acceptable. The Puketi Reservoir Pump Station upgrade, we know how important that is to provide resilience and safety for Hamilton's future water. There are some other things that have been in the pipeline for some time and that were indicated in the long-term plan that have been just brought forward a little bit, such as the school well, I'm not going to talk about that one because it's coming up, of course, school travel plan. You know, look at the Comet and Meteor passenger transport route. If this doesn't happen, we don't gain those efficiencies and effectiveness of the bus transport. So these projects, many of which need to be there and were much debated. Yes, we need some funding alternatives. Yes, we can't rely into the future only on the ratepayer. It's not sustainable. It's not good. Inflation's not happy news for anyone. We don't want to go into more debt, but we have a limit of choices. And so on that basis, I am going with the majority of council and supporting these annual proposals, and we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Opposed?
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson is dissenting.
And Councillor Bunting is just joining the meeting now because he wasn't. Yeah, okay. So okay, so now we're going to deal with Roman numerals 1, the welcoming plan. Any questions or commentary on it, Sean? Any update on it? And then we can take some questions.
Nothing from us, Mayor Paula.
Okay, questions, councillors? It was indicated as something people had some issues with, or any questions, or just you want to debate it separately? Maxine.
Just a quick question from me. Yesterday at Heads of Agreement or talks with University of Waikato, I understood that international students can also be covered by this welcoming plan. Is that a correct understanding? Do we know?
Well, Kesha's on the line. You want to talk to it, Helen? Yeah.
Oh, Kesh might want to say something. I mean, it's to the purpose of the funding is to implement projects within the Welcoming Communities Plan. International students are part of the obviously the welcoming plan. How that funding's to be applied specifically is still to be decided by the Welcoming Communities Committee or group. So we haven't talked specifically about that. Kesh, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, I think you covered it. The criteria is still yet to be set, but yes, international students, along with other newcomers such as immigrants and refugees, they're all covered under the welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Nigel Rowe. Any other questions? If not, would you like to move that item, Kesh? Because I know it's very important to you, Councillor Nigel Rowe, and Dave seconds. We'll go into debate. You've still got your light on, Maxine. We'll go into debate on this one. Councillor Pascoe, sorry, back up. You're the mover, Kesh. Do you want to speak to it, please? Or
I don't have much more to add. I think I've talked about it many times, and just want to highlight just how important it is now that our borders are opening and we'll have lots more newcomers to our city, and just having this funding to support the plan that so many people have worked so hard towards for so many years, to make people feel more welcome in Hamilton.
thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, I wish to continue my debate where I started off just before. Look, I support a welcoming program, and I believe that Hamilton City Council should be one of the sponsors of it. But should we pay for it? No, I don't think we should. It is it comes from a directive from the Department of Internal Affairs. It is largely dictated and determined on central government projects and policy, and so therefore the funding for this should come from central government and not from the ratepayer.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Initially, I didn't support this, but as soon as I heard international students from Councillor Maxine and recognising that they contribute $280 million to our local economy with a potential multiplier of 4, according to the university, I will support it.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Quite obviously, I will support this one, supporting my loyal deputy amongst other things, but I was interested in reading the submissions as it was presented. It looked like we're going to spend $75,000 welcoming people to our city, and that was pretty much what people grasped, and understandably they would get a bit rankled about it. They didn't see the detail that it was a joint fund with the government. And also, to me, it speaks to one of the principles of Hei Pau Manawa Ora, which is the power of unity. I think this takes this to the next level, so I'm glad to support this one. I congratulate Kesh and Dave on their work on this one.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, look, we pride ourselves in Hamilton on being a welcoming city for multi-ethnicities, ethnic communities. We often skite about the numbers of them, communities in Hamilton City. What is being asked for here, 75k, is peanuts compared with the use that is made, that we get, or the benefits we get from the from those communities when they're here. And Ryan's identified a resumed aspect of that we haven't had for the last couple of years. As far as the DIA directive goes, I don't care less what they say. I think we should be doing it. I think that's the important point. And if we can get extra from them to back up our work, all good, but we should be doing it anyway. And I think most of council feels that. Obviously, there's limited budgets, so you've got to juggle things, but I think the balance is quite correct in the $75,000. I don't think that's too much to ask for $1 from each household in Hamilton towards this program.
Thank you.
Oh. Martin's just got very excited by this debate.
And just for dramatic effect.
I didn't think my speech was that good, Martin.
Not he, obviously.
Look, I feel you, Martin. I've had chair attack before, so, and that's what that's called. As long as you're okay, that's good. Councillor Van Oosten.
Look, thank you. My eyes were opened yesterday at the meeting with the University of Waikato when they talked about the international students, welcoming them back into our universities, into our cities, and embracing the economic benefit that they bring into our city. Councillor Ryan's talked about the money that we can, as a community together, benefit from, but it also allows the recipient of that the understanding that they are welcome in our city and that we can make the best of all of our talents. Of course, we would want people to feel safe and welcome in our environments. By having some funding available for activities to support that is absolutely vital. It is in our wheelhouse to provide it, and making sure that we augment and supplement the government's funding that goes into it is critical. So I'll be absolutely supporting it. And I'll thank personally Councillor Kesh for the work that she's done around leading that piece of work. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Paula. I won't be supporting it, and it's not a reflection of the fact that I don't have a lot of regard for Cash and what she's trying to achieve here. The reality is each of these important groups, both migrants, refugees and students, in their own way play a role in New Zealand's society, and that they benefit over time the economy. But it's also worth noting that in every case, the government and others either already have funds put aside to enable this to occur, or in fact parties directly benefit. So let's talk about the value of international students. And no one here, including myself, is going to say that international students aren't important. They are, clearly they are. But those who derive their income from catering for those students, such as the university, can set about in managing how to welcome them. If you look at migrants and refugees, whether the Red Cross has the contract to enable and to facilitate them, again, they are provided government funding to enable this. My point is, at the time when our own ratepayers are under huge financial stress, I don't believe we should be prioritising this out of their rates income. And if in fact we do believe this is our key role, and if in fact we do believe that Councillor McPherson's narrative earlier on is correct, then we should all unanimously support a rate increase. We should all have the courage of our conviction and stand up and vote for 10% rate increase.
Last point, please.
That's it.
Thank you, everyone. Councillor Nigel Roth, would you like a right of reply?
Just quickly to add that by supporting this commitment to funding, it allows us to leverage funds from other people, including central government. So it has to be seen that, you know, council is committing to implementing this plan as well. And second point to add, just that if, you know, if council is committing, we're creating a more welcoming environment, which in turn will increase our city's profile, which in turn will help draw more international students back to Hamilton, which in turn will increase the university profile, and which in turn will increase the overall economic benefit for Hamilton and everyone who lives here. So it is a very small investment in a very large outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote. All in favour, please raise your hand. Opposed?
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson and Councillor Pascoe are dissenting.
Thank you. That moves us on to Roman numerals 2, which is the school travel planning pilot program. So any questions on the school travel planning pilot program? Councillor O'Leary.
Quietly choke. I have a motion that I have put through, so it might help to get that on the board so that members might direct questions to staff. If I just quickly explain. It's in, sort of, it's in addition. So currently we have, excuse me, funding in, oh, wait a minute. Why does it say one? Sorry, we reduced, for Evelisa, you'll be better to explain this. We reduced funding from 140 to 70. Why is that, take that out? Oh, no, is that right now? That's right now, sorry. I'm confused. So
that's
what
your
I'm trying to...
proposition, the 70 is in the
Yeah,
report.
sorry. So it's an additional 70 over the 2 years, so we can do 2 clusters of school travel, not one. Yeah. And one on the east and one on the west. Yeah, that explains it. I'll leave the rest for debate.
Any questions on that motion? No, being none. Councillor O'Leary, are you moving it and do you? Oh, yep.
The expectation in those figures, Angela or Evelisa, of Wakakotahi contribution, is that our share that you're talking about? But we would be looking to get a share from them on top of?
I don't think they currently fund school travel planning. In the new emissions reduction budget plan, they have indicated support for rolling out school travel plans, but I'm unaware, and that NZTA will, Wakakotahi will, that's their body of work with local government, but I don't know yet what funding they've actually tagged to
Sure,
that.
but this would enable us to go to them and say, here's our share, we want something from your new fund as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just a procedural question. Firstly, on this motion, if it was to fail, would we still have the debate on the 70k item that got pulled out, or was this going to replace
If somebody moves the original one.
Okay.
What's the process there?
Oh, yeah, so is anybody moving the original proposition? I'm happy to move the original proposition if I have a seconder for debate. Because otherwise, if we
Otherwise, we have nothing. Yeah.
Otherwise, if we vote for the 140 and it fails, we...
Yeah, I'll move it for now, just for procedure.
Ryan.
Yep.
So seconded.
Seconded, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
So my question on this one, or if perhaps to you, Angela, or Evelisa, if we ended up with a 70k proposition, could you do an east and west on 35k each, like a half, or is that getting too thin a resource to do both?
I did speak to I did speak to Robin yesterday on the phone, and in terms of the 70,000, that's about the reduced we could do for a cluster. So I think we'd be really stretched and to do it for 35,000. It would be one cluster then, yeah.
Yeah, so the 70K is a half a full-time equivalent employee to run that one cluster with some resourcing in there. And so by adding an additional 70, it means that we can have 2 clusters being completed either by a full-time person or 2 part-time people that can deliver that.
Thank you, that clarifies. So, and back to procedure, so the amendment will go first, which is the revised one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Question of staff. Say we do this right, what's the expectation following that? Is it something we can just pick up and move for no extra cost, or is it something that's going to be exponentially bigger as we go to more schools?
So if I can answer through the chair, that would be, so you would have that through the 10-year plan. So it would come back to council for decision as to what you would like to do following these 2 years.
Yeah.
And so if council chooses to continue the school travel planning following the pilot, should it be successful, then that's a decision that's yet to be made and can be part of a 10-year plan process, which includes then signalling to Waka Kotahi subsidy if an opportunity there.
I guess I'm trying to find out the genericness of these plans, or are they specific to the area?
They are specific to the area because the areas are very independent, but there are portions within the plan that can be replicated.
And as we go on in time, I guess I'm trying to find out they would cost less and less per school as we gather more and more information and things that work. Is that you? Or are we looking at going the other way?
So our previous information to council was that it sort of remained static for each cluster that you did.
Yep.
But we don't know until we actually start working in that area.
Okay.
We hope we would aim for it to reduce rather than increase.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Evelisa.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Either to Evelisa or Tracy. Just explain to me the extra 70,000. Does that get us another half FTE? Or it's a human resource, right?
It's
half a human resource.
It's half a human.
And so we would just add that on to our existing payroll. What's our current payroll a year? Is that 100 million?
Yes.
So council already spends 100 and I think 110, isn't it? Right, so we're just adding an extra, I guess, one full-time person to that.
With the 140, that's
Right.
the proposal.
And their job will be to tell schools to manage their processes better.
So it would be to support schools to help them implement school travel, to support our transport proposals.
And out of the $110 million a year that we pay in staff salaries, we don't have staff currently capable of doing that.
We currently have one resource, and to implement these school clusters, no, we do not currently have the resourcing to implement this proposal.
And could you tell me what this program has ballooned to in Tauranga in terms of overall annual spend?
I believe elected members had information on that, and I don't have that information at the moment, but I can come back to you.
Does anybody have that
Should it
information
be
at hand?
required?
It will be on diligence from a briefing, but who knows how far ago.
Okay, yeah. Okay, we'll see if we can get our hands on it.
Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
I just want to tease out the answer that Bunty got when he asked his question. If you had an ongoing program, this is to Evelisa through you, Madam Chair, if we had an ongoing program of whether it's 70 or 140 each year, that's sort of not relevant to my question. You would presumably work up a plan with a small group of schools, a cluster, for 1 year, and then the next year you would move on to a new cluster. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is what the process is. The first cluster then maintains it and runs it itself. Is that the expectation? So it's not like you have to do the first year's cluster and the second year's cluster on top of that. You're initiating things. Are you at in several groups, and the longer you go on, the more coverage you get, and that they're running things, they're running the school travel plan themselves there once they've had it introduced and started?
So that would be wonderful. At the moment, we really don't know how schools will implement or take up this and what support they are requiring. So the information previously provided to council was that it was an exponential growth, that resourcing would remain for the period ongoing. And it was during the March meeting that a new proposal was asked of staff to bring forward as to minimise that approach. And so the option of the 2-year pilot to determine actually what is required ongoing to make this something that a school can implement with their resources also.
Wouldn't the sensible type of programming in this area include teaching schools how to set up a school walking bus program, getting a bus stop outside the school so it was useful thereafter without having to have council staff doing all the maintenance of that?
Absolutely. That would be our definite aim, to ensure that the program was like that during this pilot process. But I'm unable to give you a promise that the schools will be able to deliver that until we actually really know.
Okay, so the purpose of the pilot aspect is to report back to council on how that's going. Is there an intention built in to try and achieve that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just note, councillors, that mine is the motion just because of that ability to fall back on something, and Councillor O'Leary is the amendment. So we'll go to the debate. I'm not going to debate it very much. I've had a few doubts put in my mind through the question and answer part about the additional spend. So from that point of view, and I do believe we need to get buy-in from the Ministry of Education and the schools before we commit any additional spending. So I'm unlikely to support the additional 70. Sorry about that, but yeah, through the questions and answers, it's cast a little bit of unease for me. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. Look, I wasn't particularly upset when the funding first got cut through the annual plan process. I thought, well, we'll get there one day eventually. But actually, since that time, I've been looking at particularly Auckland's TravelWise program, not so much Tauranga, and I'm really, really impressed by it. You know, I think, and I reflect on the traffic and the impact, and this is not just about helping kids get to and from the school gate. It's so much more than that. And the problem is so much more significant. We all notice on the road as drivers, the first day of the school holidays, we notice the massive impact that school travel has. So this is about the whole transportation network as well. It's not just about getting kids to and from the school gate. It's about impacting and reducing congestion as well as safety for children. But, you know, the investment is actually really small, and I heard the questions and I'm just not convinced. Auckland's TravelWise program has reduced, this is a fact, reduced crashes for pedestrians being injured by near and around schools by 50%. Now, we are committed to a Road to Zero program. Surely we want to reduce pedestrians hit around schools by 50% for a small amount of investment. Show me any other capital investment program that we have. We spend millions and millions on road safety. when one person is seriously injured at an intersection. So I'm asking for a really small amount to keep children and pedestrians and parents and big brothers and big sisters and whānau safe around our schools. It's too easy to say that it is someone else's problem, that it's Ministry of Education. And sure, in a perfect world it would be, but it's not a perfect world. The roading network from the school gate is our responsibility. And and there are currently 34,133 school-aged children in our schools. That's probably around 80,000 parents and caregivers who will be voting in October. So please, for the health of our students, for the safety of our pedestrians, please would you support the amendment? Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Paula. There is no doubt that road safety is a critical responsibility of this council. And I think that's why, working with central government, we've implemented a number of projects and will continue to implement a number of projects to improve safety around schools, including significant speed reductions. I believe that funding this project will add very little safety improvements and will simply add more staff to an already huge organisation that has nearly doubled in size of staff numbers in the years that I've been in council. And I am convinced that the existing safety strategies that we have around schools will improve the safety. The reality here is, when you look at how Tauranga has managed this, their project has now increased to hundreds of thousands of dollars. I wish I was able to tell you the exact amount, but staff are quickly going to try to get that for us. But it has ballooned out, and I haven't seen in the data that they provided any of the types of safety improvements that has been suggested here. The reality is, schools know what they need to do to improve the management of parents who insist on dropping their kids off. And I don't believe that council needs to employ staff to tell them what to do.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, road safety is our responsibility, but in partnership with others. I don't think that we should be stepping out here and taking a single sole role of managing this part of road safety without some partners being involved. And to date, we're not seeing any partners stepping up to the mark and saying, yes, we think it's a good initiative, we'll come on the journey with you. Look, I've heard comments about 70,000 being peanuts. It surprises me that at this late stage we're adding another 70,000 in.
I hate to point of order, my good friend, but I certainly didn't say peanuts.
I did not say that you said peanuts.
Someone else referred to
was
it.
referring
I don't hear peanuts
to
in the
earlier
chamber.
comments.
That's okay.
Okay. In fact, there's probably more than peanuts involved here. We're moving into pistachios rather than peanuts. Or cashews. Look, I believe we don't spend millions on road safety, but others do, and others should be funding this. I think we're taking this a step too far. We have, as Councillor Wilson previously alluded to, limited budgets. So every dollar that we spend, whether it's the 70 or the 140, needs to be borrowed. And that borrowed amount either needs to be repaid with interest from future rates, or if we take the bold move later today and increase the rates to fund the additional spending that we're approving in this budget. And look, I don't think that's going to happen, but let's forewarn the next council that we are leaving them with a legacy of further rate increases to fund what we're borrowing today. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yep. Rather than forewarning the next council in the way that Councillor Rob talked about, I'd rather we reduce the congestion and safety problem outside our vulnerable areas like schools. I think that would be a great investment to help future councils. I don't buy the argument that I've just heard from a couple of speakers that road safety is our responsibility, but someone else should be actually putting in the money for it. Unfortunately...
I mentioned the word sharing that responsibility, not asking for the money to be put in by partners.
Point taken. Carry on, Dave.
Yep. Unfortunately, I'll start again, we have no choice. I'll wait, sorry, until Councillor Ewan's finished.
Just trying to find the figure.
Okay, that's all right, Dr. No. Unfortunately...
come on, let's just settle and go at your debate clean now, please.
Sorry.
You may start your debate.
Thank you. Unfortunately, road safety is our responsibility financially as well. And despite what we might think others should be doing, we have to do a considerable amount ourselves. In 2013, we ran programs like this, which lasted for some time, but because there was no maintenance of them and no further input by either ourselves or NZTA, they've tailed off and we haven't got enough going in this area. Look at what the points Angela made. The travel congestion you have during school time is enormous in the city. We all know, as she said, the first day after school holidays start, how that reduces. We'd be stupid not to think of ways that we could improve that in self-sustaining ways as well, which was the point of my questions to Eva Lisa. We fix that issue and we start addressing the safety and congestion concerns that we have in Hamilton, or we stick our heads in the sand and say it's someone else's responsibility. I would rather say it's our responsibility to start improving that situation now and expect that future councils and government departments will put in their share as well. We're in a stronger position to, a lot of interruptions, we're in a stronger position to do that if we start the ball rolling ourselves.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Yeah, I've gone from a year nah in the last debate to a nah year in this debate. Not to the extent where I'd be supporting the amendment, but I'd be supporting the original 70, because after the questioning and studying a little bit more about this, I think it's an okay idea. Schools, yes, they do know what they need to do, but they can only do so much, and then we've got to do some stuff. The Education Ministry is a very, very busy ministry, and they prefer to back winners and back good ideas that are already working. And I think in this case, it behoves us to take that punt. I wouldn't support it to the 140, but I will support it to the 70 at this point. And look, as a very esteemed councillor said in our last meeting, I fully trust our expert transport staff on this, and I trust their judgment. And if they say this is a good idea, I think this is a good idea. So I'll be supporting the 70 at this point.
So that's a nah year maybe.
No, it's gone from a nah year to a no, nay.
All
forget
right.
it.
Okey-doke. Councillor Van Easton.
Thank you. We absolutely have a responsibility for our roads and the safety of all of our citizens, particularly our children. They are one of the most vulnerable. They don't always have a good understanding about how to use the roads in a safe way, and so whatever resource we can put into it, I'm up for that. We also have a responsibility to a climate future that we want to be able to see. And we've got millions of dollars in our future budgets for our Eastern Pathways, School Link, for our biking and micro-mobility package. And to trust that people will just pick it up and do is pretty foolish when we're talking about the kinds of investment that we're making there. So in order to choose the best group to work with, I couldn't think of a better one than the generation coming up behind us and our tamariki who are so open to different ways to work. Our teachers are absolutely chock-a-block. They cannot take on more responsibility. We've asked them to do more and more at our schools year upon year. And so they need support to be able to roll these things out. And council have the expertise, have the skilled staff to be able to offer that support. We want to give these kids the very best start and the best opportunity to be a part of that mode shift that we have a goal for in our future. So I'll be absolutely supporting additional funding to go into the school travel plan.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. To any of the councillors today who have said that this wouldn't improve safety, that this is not going to be a substantial investment into the safety of our children, I would recommend that you go stand outside a school gate at 3 p.m. It's horrific. There are parents parking everywhere because there is just not the space for every parent to drop off and pick up their child directly from outside the school gate. They're parking over crossings, over yellow broken lines. They're driving in and out of areas where children are waiting for their parents to pick them up. It's absolute chaos. We have the vision that we'll have 0 deaths on our roads. This is a key area that we need to focus on. And when elected members talk about no willing partners, we have a submission here from Rotatuna High School where they have said that they are on board with this. They've said that they want to be involved with this. I've talked to other schools where they've also said they want to put in resources to make this work. So we work with willing partners. Partnership doesn't mean that someone comes along and gives us money. It can mean that they provide resources in kind. Similarly, Waikato Regional Council submitted both written and at the table to say that they would support this. So we need to remember that. We also need to remember that this is actually related to infrastructure and what we do. We have to manage the demand on our network. Managing demand and reducing it is a cheaper way of dealing with our transport network than investing in more and more and more expensive hard infrastructure solutions. 36% is the difference between your congestion on a school morning compared to a school holiday morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Some really good debate. I'd really like to see some staggered start times. I know that idea's been floated in the past, but if you've got a cluster and they stagger start later and you could pick up stagger start later, I think that would be some really good analysis to see in there. Thanks.
Thank you. Right of reply, not going, I think the debate has been excellent and raised all good points. Interesting you mentioned the Regional Council because they have a core function over road safety actually, including funding, and they have Ruben the Road Safety Bear. And a long time ago when I was still at Regional Council, they had a program called Safer Routes to School, which just didn't go far enough. And I don't deny anything that you have said, Councillor Thompson, about the chaos at the school gate. There is chaos. This is around the money and the timing and how much we can achieve. And as I said, through the questions that were raised, it threw some doubts up as to whether doubling it was required. But also my concern with anything that comes additional today is what gives, you know, off the total amount. We keep putting things in, we don't take anything out. That is still a relevant concern for me. But anyway, we will go to the vote. All in, we put the amendment first, right? All in favour of the amendment, raise your hand. Opposed? What's that? What? Is it Kesh?
I'm just trying to find.
She's got a hand up. She's opposed. You're opposed, aren't you, to the amendment, Kesh? Yes, she's opposed. So, sorry. So let's do it once more. All in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand.
And against? The amendment is hung.
Crikey. Yeah. Well, this is difficult because in democracy, I'll vote in favour of the amendment, but noting that we have to find some way of saving costs somewhere else.
The amendment is carried on the casting vote.
An excellent chair of the meeting.
We now have to vote on it as the substantive.
Where is Deputy Mayor Taylor when you need him? Where is he? Okay, all right, we're on to...
we still need to do that as the substantive.
Oh, we have to do it as a substantive motion. All in favour of the substantive motion, raise your hands.
Those against? The amendment as the substantive motion is carried, noting that Mayor Southgate, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Donovan and Councillor Pascoe are dissenting.
So there you go, it could have a bob both ways. A bob each way.
See how the media covers your voting.
Well, look, you know, my debate stood up. At 1:30 we were going to break for lunch, so we'll just go through a couple of little extra things. We're on X, which is bikes on pipes. And let's get this one over the line in some way. Bikes on pipes. Questions on bikes on pipes, councillors. Somebody raised it as an exception.
That was Councillor Pesca.
Councillor Pesca.
Sorry, is that for the strategic water line?
The strategic water line was not.
No, which one, where's the,
It's 10, sorry, X.
over the page?
Yeah.
Can you just say the page you're on or something?
151,
Yep.
number 10, new X. Who raised that? Do you have any questions? Councillor Bunting, do you have a question?
I just have a question of staff, and I'm sorry if I missed any deliberations report earlier on this, but I distinctly remember seeing some quite positive support for this in reading the submissions. I was just wondering if there was any, is that accurate, staff, in what you saw? Potentially Julie, or? Yeah, Sean?
Sorry, I'm just flicking to the submissions summary at the back of the
Thank
agenda.
you. Sorry, I should have...
Yep, so thank you. On page 176 of the agenda, in the consultation feedback, although it wasn't a sort of hard yes or no question, you can see the number of respondents that were positive for the project. So that's 73, with the number who were indicated they were against it as being 26.
So was that, no, I suppose it's too small a sample to ask too much, to put too much on it, but is that one of our bigger or more popular projects?
Correct. So that was, of the projects that people commented on, that was the one that received the most favourable responses.
Thank you, Mayor Paulett.
Thank you, councillor. No other questions? So I'll put it to the vote. Do we have a mover and a...
Yeah, I wish to debate.
Yeah, you're just in debate. So I'm happy to... The bikes on pipes.
Put it out or put it in?
No, I'm going to include it. I'll move that it be included. Councillor O'Leary, would you like to second that?
Confused? It wasn't.
No, it was excluded.
Oh, right. Oh, yes. It's a different motion. What's the different motion?
No, it was just things that to be all questions. Would you like to second it anyway?
I said yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go into debate. I'm not going to talk to this one very much too, because we had a huge amount of debate. But it's a really, really cool little project. And it's one of those projects that you do now at a lot cheaper cost, or you do later at a much, much, much more expensive cost. And this will really unlock cycling in the southwest of Hamilton in a way that we haven't seen before, in such a integrated and consistent way. I also know from my conversations with key ministers, cabinet ministers from Wellington, that they are really favourable to this project, and they think it's a great idea. So I think we should be encouraging them to get behind it with the Climate Adaptation Fund or Additional Transport Fund or even growth funds for certain, and we've certainly made that message very clear in Wellington. If people are in doubt about what this is, they just need to look at the cool network on the map and the pictures and realise just how far off-road, separate from cars, in a beautiful environment, people will be able to cycle. And I know Councillor Bunting and I agree very strongly on these type of cycleways in particular. Get people off the road, get them onto a safe cycle environment, and just move them as many kilometres as you can in a safe way. And I love these ones. Love, 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 and love. There you go. How many loves was that? And if there's a casting vote, it will be definitive. Let you know on that one. Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you. This surprises me that this one's being raised, given that we are here today to deliberate and respond to our submissions. And 60 of those submissions were for this, and 24 were who specifically said, and 24 were opposed. And let me read some of those submissions. Leighton Smith says, bikes on pipes, oh my God, love it. Liam Edwards says, bikes on pipes, please don't let this chance slip away. It goes on and on and on. Bikes on pipes is a great idea, please do it. So it does surprise me that this one is being raised. Totally support what the Mayor said. Look, I'm super, super excited about this, and I think it was Councillor Gallagher who rightly said when we had our first draft proposal and this went through into the annual plan that this is visionary. It is. It aligns with everything that we're doing, and if ever we were to attract some significant government funding through the emissions reduction plan, this is the project that is going to ring their bells. So please continue to support it. Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, and look, I'll be opposing this, and I agree it is a cool project, and it is something that we want to do because it won't need to be retrofitted. But at the moment, we just can't afford to borrow $7.5 million with no guarantee or even indication that we're going to get any external funding towards this. I'm not anti-cycling, as I wrote in a long email to Phil last week. I support the network that is planned for Peacock, but when you look at that map, you see that all around the bikes on pipes, there is going to be a network, a cycle network. So to me, this is a fanciful duplication of another cycling opportunity when there is already a cycling map planned in and around that area. So look, this is, Mayor Paula, you mentioned before about trying to find some cost savings. This is one of the areas that we could be looking at to get some cost saving, or we could put the project on hold and say, yes, we will do it, but where are the external funders for this project? Because while we would like to have it, and while our city submitters would like to have it, we need some money, and we need that money. And if it's not going to come from rates, it needs to come from someone else.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. I remember when we debated this last time, we were on Zoom and we took it offline, and Andrew Parsons worked on the motion, and we actually came back with a more robust motion, and he was actually fizzing. You know, when Andrew Parsons is fizzing, that it's really exciting. And I hear Councillor Robb say we can't afford to do this, but I would submit to you that we cannot afford not to do this project. I was also really excited that through a conversation with Andrew, and Sarah's just reminded me that we can put DCs on this because of it's an infrastructure thing that will be levied for multiple generations. to any councillors that are unsure, this is a yes we can project. This is an annual plan project that stands out above all the rest. This is transformational. This sits above everything else. It is the real winner of this annual plan, in my opinion. I would also, while we're talking about Andrew Parsons, I'd like him to draw a picture. You remember how Helen Clark did a picture and it got auctioned off? I'd like Andrew Parsons to do a picture, a Bikes on Pipes picture, and we auction it. I'll put the first $100 on it, and the proceeds can go to charity. But I expect to see that before we sign off the annual plan proper. That's my challenge.
Very good. Top that, Councillor Bunting. Top.
Time. That's incredible.
He's starting to draw it now.
So, Councillor Bunting, can we put you down for 200?
No.
Oh.
No, you certainly can't. No, obviously I'll be supporting it. Just in response to some of the earlier speakers, look, I have sympathy. It's never the right time to spend money on projects that we hadn't thought of. But occasionally these come up. Now, my understanding from the questioning of Andrew in the previous debates was that if we don't do it now, we won't be able to do it, or it will cost us significantly more to do it. We have a very rare opportunity to do this now, so it is a chance. I understand that fully. So it's a bit of a use it or lose it for me. I don't also buy the argument, look, there are perfectly good roads nearby that they can share. Well, that's kind of what I heard. This actually is a pioneering cycleway, and that it is the only way you can get through that way by bike, and I've been long advocating for that kind of thing. It's off-road, ticks a lot of boxes, and I think this is well worth supporting this one. And if it's got ministerial support as well, that does help. It's got ministerial support, it's got community support. I think this is a safer bet, but I appreciate the nerves.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson.
I'm also looking forward to seeing Andrew Parsons' picture, so I'll support you following that up, Councillor Ryan. He's looking quite embarrassed now. But Councillor Robb talked about this being a fanciful project, and that was a direct quote from him. I note that we, as far as I'm aware, have only 2 cycleways on pipes at the moment. They're both in the Flagstaff area. One goes across the river, one goes across Wairere Drive, both quite close to where Councillor Robb lives. And he can see for himself that those 2 aren't fanciful. Last time I rode a bike across the one closest to Councillor Robb's house, across the river, I counted, it was either 27 or 28, can't remember, other people cycling on that in different directions at the time. If you go around the corner, Rob, you will see that it's not fanciful at all. It's a well-used piece of kit, and I'm quite certain that one in the south of the city will be, though it won't be quite as close to your home as the other 2. Councillor Bunty actually put it right. These are ways to get our preferred cycle strategy going off-road, out of the safety concern areas. If we say to people, oh, you can cycle on the side of the road or the footpath there, we're just expanding in time-wise the problems that we already have with our cycleways. Let's take these opportunities when they're there, and if we can add value to them, like Andrew Parsons soon will be, all to the good.
Thank you. And just a small note, Councillor McPherson, I know you were talking in jest, but let's play the issue, not the people, because it's very borderline when we get to naming people.
Well, the word fanciful was used, and I was commenting on that.
You did elaborate on that quite some lot. I'm just reminding you to keep that balance, please, of respect. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I'm respectfully mindful of a counter-argument, but in the words of Councillor Ryan, let's do this. I want you to imagine if a previous councillor had not had vision and the so-called Pikiti sewer bridge. Imagine that as just a pipe over the river, and you couldn't cycle and you couldn't walk over it, you couldn't share and go to school and all the facilities there from Allendale back across to Pikiti. So I want you just to think back to a council that might have displayed a lack of vision, and what that would look like today. Because that council had vision, just imagine. So this bikes on pipes in the Peacock area is really important. I also want to commend Councillor Bunting for supporting this, because we, just as those of us on the West Ward, and I don't bring wards into this often, have really supported massive investment into the northeast of the city. Thanks in part to Councillor Bunting and others' incredible advocacy, and I commend them on this. As a West Ward councillor in terms of the Glenview Peacock area, I think this area's time has come as well. All right, and this is out just as we had an opportunity with Rutatuna and Flagstaff to be future visionary and look at the result of our vision and good local advocacy. This is our time in the Glenview Peacock area as well. So I can't support this project enough. And in terms of basic economics, to do it now rather than retrofit in 20, 30 years just makes so much sense. In the words of Councillor Ryan, let's do this.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I'm going to support this particular project. I had supported it in the last discussion, but I'm challenging the rest of you who are sitting around advocating passionately as you have, and I have been captured by the narrative, and I specifically target those who talk about safety for children and how revolutionary some of our decisions are going to be, and that should be our core focus. And I'm going to ask you to take a moment later on today. I'm going to ask you to take a moment when you address people who are struggling to pay their food bills and who have seen the cost of buying food in the supermarket increase. And I want you to develop your narrative of how you're going to explain the consequences of our spending. And I'm going to be really interested in your conviction of whether or not you're going to be bold enough to say there are so many critical things that we needed to do that were going to be seen in a historical context, that I'm glad the city made that decision. But to do that, we're going to have to increase your rates by 12%, because that's the responsible thing to do. Because not to do that will mean that generations to come are going to be hit by this tidal wave. And you're going to have to say, because we couldn't cut projects, and all we've done is added because they were inspirational, because they were incredible. That's why we've had to do it. I'm just waiting for you to be able to explain to them and to me how you've balanced that, because you're going to vote against a rate increase later today, and we're going to go out with an annual plan that is going to show the city is continuing to borrow, because all of these projects are so important. And this one, I actually think you're right.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Firstly, just responding to the point that we don't have co-funding for this at the moment. While there's still the opportunity, I did want to note that generally for our growth areas, a lot of our transport funding isn't co-funded because it's for growth and for housing, and it's treated differently to a lot of our transport improvement projects. So I think that we need to be careful to avoid a bit of treating the roading that we put into our new areas and then the cycleways we put into our new areas, both for moving people around and supporting new housing, which we also desperately need, noting our housing crisis, differently. I'd also, while taking on board the points from Councillor Ewan, we also can't forget the price of travelling around our city, the price of getting to work, to getting to school. Petrol is at record prices, and yet we continue to fail to give people an alternative. We're forcing people, basically, to get into their cars a lot of the time because they don't have a genuine choice to take a lower cost form of transport. So how do we say that to our community as well? So I think that we do need to take a broad perspective when we're looking at the cost of things, what we're investing in, and the impact that it will have for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? No, I'll take my right of reply. Just in respect to the point around government assisting us with this project and having no indication, we have recently spoken to Minister Wood, Minister Shaw and Minister Robertson personally, and they find this project aspirational and on point and exactly what they expect a city like ours to do to both tackle climate and mode shift. So they are very favourable to it. Of course, the Climate Adaptation Fund criteria and so forth has not yet been announced. So, but we have made the message clear and loud in Wellington when we were there recently, Lance, that we have a project that can deliver the outcomes they are seeking and make a great positive difference for Hamilton. And I can tell you that I will keep repeating that message to government every single opportunity I get, because we do need partnership from the government to really realise both our mode shift and our climate adaptation, climate response requirements. But I just one point on the finances, because I'm sure we're going to hear this same debate reoccurring until the end of today. I get that the pressure of rates is a real problem. If I had a magic wand, I would have a zero rates increase tomorrow. I really would, and certainly in an election year, who wouldn't want to do that? But I can't, because we did turn over every stone. And my question comes back to this: what would you like to remove? We asked that. Would it be the Puketi plant resilience, power resilience, so sewage didn't end up in the Waikato River? Would it be the city water sludge project? Would it be the neighbourhood park in Peacock? Would it be a wastewater plan that we desperately need for our growing seed? What exactly would it be that we wouldn't do? So I just leave that as a challenge for us all when we come to the final debate. Everyone's had their chance multiple times to say what's in and what's out. That is the honest truth. All right, we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Opposed? Sorry. Okay, so
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Pascoe is dissenting.
Thank you. That actually brings us, we still have the additional ones, the cycle ones, the disability thing, but those are new areas of business. What I'm proposing to do, we're quarter of an hour earlier than I wanted to break for lunch, but I propose we break for lunch and come back clean to those, get all the resolutions we need on the board. You've got time to talk to each other over lunch about any of those, and I think that would be a more reasonable approach. So we'll take a lunch break, Sean, till 2:15. That's an hour, or just under. Yeah, happy days. But it's quite a lot of money. Okay, councillors, we're back. Thank you. We've got a couple of items, and I don't really care which way we take them in. First of all, the cycle wands as an additional, or the cycle infrastructure, low cost cycle infrastructure. That's yours, Dave. Your motion, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't use the word infrastructure, I don't think.
No, I'm just calling it infrastructure.
Yeah, okay, that's what confused me.
Kind of is. Okay, can we put that one up and then?
Well, that was to come after the cycling.
Was it? I thought it was all part and parcel, but
No,
no.
it's nothing to do with that.
So cycle wands first, then Angela. Is it you?
We can just put the motion up. So this has no impact. No, it's not asking for any additional funding, and it still includes the 51% subsidy from Waka Kotahi. Yeah. So what it's doing is bringing, Sarah, you explain that bit.
The most relevant parts of the walking and cycling, biking connectivity, low cost, low risk funding forward to this year from the following financial year so that we can do that work more urgently.
So this is just within the budget, but bringing things forward, reorganising the budget internally. Is that right?
Yep, no additional money.
Okay, any further questions on it?
Can I just get my thinking on this straight? We have spent that year's budget on low cost, low risk, and we're wanting to bring forward 210,000, which is just, and 150,000 from the following year into this year, into that year. So we're actually bringing forward a future year's spend.
Can we just check the impact on finances, please, Tracy?
So can I just check? So is that 210 and the 150, is that capital or operating? Doesn't make any.
Pardon?
It won't make much difference at all.
But it makes a small difference. But
Makes a teeny tiny difference, but.
And the package and the subsidy is a 3-year envelope. So whether we move that, the elements inside the envelope around won't have an impact.
So we can make
either.
internal adjustments to the program, and that will balance. Any other questions?
And this was worked through with Eva-Lisa and Robin as well yesterday.
So Eva-Lisa, my question is, within the current budget framework, you feel you can make these adjustments and bring this work forward?
Yes, our team have already planned and prepared to be able to do that, yes.
No. Cool. David, you've got your light on, so you were going to say something.
Can I ask?
Hang on.
I was just going to recommend that we actually add the words.
I'm asking a question.
I was just going to recommend that we add the words capital expenditure into the motion.
Okay. Okay, Sarah, are you amenable to David's suggestion about adding the word capital? Now, Rob, more questions.
Mayor Paula, I'm just questioning the integrity of moving expenditure that relates to a future year into an earlier year. I mean, why do we have budgets and why do we allocate amounts to years if we just simply move them around? Why don't we have all of the expenditure in the 23-24 year moved into the 22-23 year?
I can't answer that, so who's going to answer that?
Because we couldn't deliver it.
Yeah, so can we deliver that?
Okay, well, I mean, I wonder whether we can deliver this when we can't deliver what we've already got in the budgets.
So my question to Eva-Lisa was exactly that, I thought. Can you deliver it within the envelope of the budget?
Yes.
So you'll make some adjustments, some things will move back slightly, and this will come as a priority. Is that
yes? So it's an adjusted spend in the low cost, low risk that was just talked through at the Infrastructure Operations Committee, and we deliver on this program very well.
So why would we not take something out of next year's spend and move it into, swap it around, if you like, rather than bring something forward from a future year into an earlier year?
I guess that's up for the motion, Councillor O'Leary and Councillor Thompson who have put the motion up. So
all right.
That is an option, but I guess the motion is
so my question, thanks, Eva-Lisa. So my question is, why are we not considering that rather than going to a future year?
Well, unfortunately Robin's not here today. All I can repeat is my conversation with her, which was, I asked, do we have capacity around this? And she said, yes, actually the following year's got a large program and it wouldn't be a bad thing to bring some of it forward. So that's all I can relay.
So in other words, the staff recommend this move, is that?
So I can confirm the staff have no concerns with this motion in terms of bringing forward this particular item in the low-cost, low-risk program.
And being able to deliver?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions on that? Councillor Gallagher.
No, it's Mark.
Oh, sorry.
Hello.
I
Similar.
thought you said Councillor Martin.
Yeah, no. My very quick question is to staff: can we deliver it?
Yes.
So we definitely can deliver it. You give me a rock solid assurance that it would be done in that time. We won't be deferring it.
Yes.
Yes. Great. Thank you. That was my easy question. Great.
Sorry, just silent. Got chucked out. Diligent. Okay. Any other questions on that? If not, we'll put it to the vote. Yep. We'll go into the debate. Sorry. We'll move to the vote. Clumsy wording. We're moving towards the vote. We'll go into debate. Councillor O'Leary.
Yep, thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, just quickly, as we've worked out with questions, there's no financial impact here, and a reminder again that this is actually in response to submissions, and the majority of submissions support us continuing to invest in cycling, but particularly the majority of submissions, many submissions mentioned safety. And we heard even just the other week at the Infrastructure Operations Committee from members of the public how desperate the need is to improve safety in the city. Nationally, we spend less than 2% of the transport budget that is actually spent on walking and cycling, just less than 2%. So compared to road improvements and safety and passenger transport, it's such a small number. But in regards to cycling safety, injuries are increasing. ACC claims are increasing, and in 2020 there were just over 36,000 people injured while cycling on our roads at a cost of $100 million. So we know, we've proven it already, that cycle wands, hit sticks, whatever you want to call them, have a significant impact on our roads. We heard from the public forum, we've read in the submissions here, this is about keeping people safe and making room, as Councillor Bunting always says, room for everyone in our transport network. So please ask on behalf of everyone that's cycling and the increase in cyclists to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, just two concerns on this. One, we've been working on the annual plan since November of 2021, and I'm surprised if this is such an urgent need, why we haven't considered that this expenditure earlier on. So we would have had a chance to fully fully consult with this. I accept Councillor Angela's comments that there was feedback in the deliberation, in the feedback from residents that they thought that this would be better sooner rather than later. My other concern is the delivery of the capital program. If you've been to a finance meeting the last 3 or 4 months, excuse me, you will know by now we're about 140 million behind in the delivery of the capital program. Not totally council's fault, because there are other partners and parties involved in that. But when we look out around the market at the moment with both material shortages and labour resource shortages, I just fear that adding further spend into the next year's budget and then not being able to deliver it may bring reputational concerns that council again have promised to deliver all of these low-cost safety areas and walking and cycling, but have not delivered those. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Firstly, as our staff have already pointed out, we're actually really good at delivering on the low cost, low risk. These are small projects which can be delivered in a smooth and streamlined way. So generally speaking, so I am comfortable that we can deliver this. And I would also note that there has to be a point to submitting to the annual plan. If we're not able to then respond and change something or add something, even if it is small like this, then why would people feel like they should take the time to write a submission, to come all the way in here and speak in person? So there should be the ability to still make changes, and we did that through the long-term plan as well, with some very last-minute additions. So I also am very comfortable with that. And I think, finally, it is 15 times more dangerous to cycle on our roads than it is to drive in a car, either as a passenger or a driver. That is not something that we can accept. This is such a small step forward to address that problem. So I encourage you to vote for it today. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I intend to support this. I acknowledge and I'm comfortable by the fact that we had already budgeted for this. We're just bringing it forward 1 year. But like Councillor Pascoe, I am concerned about this council's reputation in terms of being able to deliver projects. And I'm extremely mindful of the number of deferrals, and the 140 odd million is already articulated that we've said and we've rated for, or at least we've promised we're going to deliver that we're not delivering. I also support strongly that that these safety improvements will affect the safety of cyclists and it will make it safer. But I also think it's a great message to the community. It's a message to the community is if you have a well-orchestrated lobby group that are passionate about something, then start submitting. Get 1 or 2 people elected onto council, and then at every possible opportunity, present, use public forum, submit on every annual plan, do everything you can to get the attention of what you want, and as elected members, we react to that. The thing is, 90% of the population are just living their lives, and there's a level of apathy. But it goes to show that if you're well orchestrated, well organised, and you actually turn up and submit on our plans, you can get significant change. So much so, we'll reprioritise things and bring it forward. Now, in this particular case, it makes sense and it will help save lives. But it's a great message to the community. Get involved and come and see us and tell us what you want.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Chairman. And thanks for those words, Councillor Wilson. We have been trying to follow that submission process for a few years. It's clearly worked with you. It's good. Look, cycle facilities in Hamilton ought to be great and safe. We've got the flattest city just about in the country, apart with the possible exception of Christchurch. Even though they have hill suburbs, we don't really. You wouldn't call ours hills. Yet we've got very unsafe cycling facilities because of the state they're in and the gaps within them. Now, Sarah made a good point before in response to Rob. Yes, if it was major construction this was leading towards, you could be justifiably concerned about whether you could deliver it. But this is very minor. This is not actually changing the core infrastructure. It's sticking some things on top of it, basically. Maybe paint, maybe sticks, maybe a line of concrete. And that's about the extent of what we're talking about here. So it really isn't any major thing that's going to cause us a problem in that area. Yesterday, after I finished the Future-Proof meeting early, I had a spare hour and a half. I went for a cycle over on the west, down the Western Rail Trail and along a couple of state highways, State Highway 1 and State Highway 23, Massey Street. Lincoln Road and that, just to see what the facilities were like. God, there weren't any facilities on half the state highway. Or take Massey Street on our major cross-city connector. The only way you can get into the city from that particular direction, you cross the railway line. Lovely line of hit sticks going over the top. As you come down towards the light, totally disappears and it becomes a car lane right to the edge, right in front of you. You think, where the hell should a cyclist go? There's all sorts of issues like that with our current cycleways. It isn't safe, and you have to be a darn confident cyclist to be prepared to use most of our routes, actually, I found over in the west. Go to the Norton Road roundabout. You can't go north-south on any cycle route, and that's State Highway 1. And we have the connections to it. Neither the council nor Wakakotahi care less, you think, when you get to those sorts of facilities. So what I'm saying is anything we can do to improve that is going to be good for the whole city and particularly good for the cyclists, and will probably encourage people to use those facilities more. Thank you, Chair, for the indulgence.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, obviously I'm going to be supporting this. Can you imagine, just imagine, if things were slightly different and we were here and now and the motor vehicle hadn't been invented and we were designing our roads or our transport corridors for bikes, and that was the only form of transport. Imagine what that would look like. Just imagine if you could actually look at a map, erase the roads and put in there where you're going to put the bike lanes. That's my vision for Hamilton, and a completely independent network of cycleways that crosses vehicular traffic at the last possible minute, at the last possible point, at last cost, or at last resort. That's the word I'm looking for. So I think this is fantastic. It's the best we can do at the meantime. It's a higher grade sticking plaster. I think it's well worth doing because cycling is here and cycling is very, very popular. E-bikes have come and have changed the world, and these vehicles are now on the roads. I worry that we will think it's done when they're there and we lose traction. That's my only concern about this. I was, like Councillor Rob, concerned about the deliverability of this, but I asked if you heard 3 times of our staff and they said yes, yes, yes. So I believe that. We can do this, and Sarah reinforced the point. Our low cost, low risk has a really good track record of being done. So yes, let's go for it. Let's make our existing cyclists, so I mean we're behind the 8 ball with this, let's make our existing cyclists safe, but let's not lose the vision of what we can and I believe will achieve in Hamilton, and that is by being the cycling capital of the country with a completely independent and the coolest cycle network of anywhere in the world.
Inspirational. Councillor Nigel Rofe.
Thank you. I will support this one on the basis of safety and, listening to what everyone's been talking about. Something that Councillor Wilson said, we are listening to just a very small part of the community. Just to highlight that the feedback we received on the annual plan, it was 0.2% of Hamiltonians. That's 99.8% of people we haven't actually heard from. And so we are listening to the loudest voices. But in saying that, it is a safety concern, so I understand that as well. I do think that it's just, low cost, low risk. It's like these little Band-Aids that we're putting around the city and in areas of most concern. And I too am worried that, we'll lose sight of the big picture of that off-road cycle network, which is what we should be working towards. But I will support this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kesh. I'll just say a couple of comments. You're quite right, the engagement with the annual plan was much lower than the considerable uplift in engagement in the long-term plan. People, as Ewan has quite rightly said, either embrace the opportunity through multiple ways that we have talking with them, or they choose not to. And we can't tell whether they were just didn't submit because they were super happy, or didn't submit because they were disconnected, or any other reason. But in this respect, when I listened to the submissions and we had the debate, and we had debate through Councillor O'Leary's Infrastructure Operations Committee as well, the case for cycle wands was well made by all parties. They do appear to be an effective safety barrier between vehicles and bikes, and we won't be able to put them everywhere. This will only be a scratch on the surface, but we might be able to get some of the most dangerous points reduced by the use of these. So I'm in support of it. We'll go to the right of reply.
Thank you. Just to respond to a couple of comments made around the table, Councillor Pascoe said he was surprised that if this was if this was really needed now, it should have been raised earlier. But as Councillor Sarah pointed out quite rightly, this is the time for us to respond, and that's what I'm doing here. Councillor Rob might want to know, I don't think this is an encouraging statistic, but out of those 36,000 cyclists that are injured on our roads, a lot of those are over 65, and in fact, those riders over 65, the injuries, the number of injuries for them has increased by 101%. So talk about a reputational risk. And again, Councillor Sarah's right, low cost, low risk projects, we are really quick to roll these out, and a perfect example of that was the Massey Street Bridge cycle wands. Phil Evans contacted some of us and said that was of concern. And very, very quickly staff were able to respond, and he reported back that that's now feels very safe as a cyclist going over that. And really consider the reputational risk if someone is killed or injured on a bike, seriously. Councillor Mark said he's worried that this, if this is done, that we might think we're done, and I know he's been positive around his support for cycling when he says that. But I think we're really committed to the bike. Well, we are committed to the biking and micro-mobility plan, which is churning its way through NZTA processes as we speak. And that is the thing, that is the stake in the ground that will move this city to be truly the safest and best cycling city in New Zealand. So just one last thing, a point I wanted to touch on. Councillor Kesh mentioned the small percentage of people that we heard from. I get that, and I've sat around this table for 15 years and I get that, but that argument never washes with me, because it should never devalue those who do take the time to talk to us. So please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll go to the vote. All in favour, please raise your hand. And opposed? Is Kesh there still? You saw it? You got it?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So that's that, and now we'll go to Dave's motion. If you would like to put it up, and then we will have you just briefly describe what it's about, and then we'll have questions.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So you could say that this is more of the same from the last one, though this is new money, unashamedly. We can debate that later, but it is subject to receiving Waka Kotahi subsidy during the next 12-month period, and it talks about the net impact to council, which is a capital impact.
This is capital.
Yeah. Yes, yeah. Sure. a further 1 million capital expenditure, I think is probably the place to put it. The same category as the last one, same type of work.
So that's why I was just going
Okay.
to just talk
Just
with
upgrade.
Councillor McPherson in terms
Minor
of
cycle facility works, I think,
improvements.
As opposed to maintenance.
If you say
Well-
improvements,
Improvements, you can do
Improvements,
improvements.
yeah,
So you're
improvements.
actually, you are specifically thinking about capital expenditure, not
'Cause that-
maintenance.
yeah.
If you just said minor facility
Work.
upgrades.
Yeah.
So we'll take some questions till we
Yeah,
understand this.
it's meant to be capital work, because
So-
the rest of the stuff was covered by the motion at infrastructure the other day for the, the ongoing maintenance side of things.
So this isn't the sweeping the gravel, getting rid of the
No,
leaves,
this
the
is
broken-
meant to be more of what was in the last motion.
Okay, so can I ask, to follow that question up, the financial impact, it's CapEx, so it's more debt, a little bit more debt, and therefore a little bit more interest. What's the effect? Supposing we get 50%.
What's their interest? It's
It
about
just
30.
adds on, yeah, it just adds on to your debt and you'd get a little bit of interest from it.
How much?
So again, it's not going to move the dial substantially.
So what's
It's about 35k with my maths.
Yeah,
$35,000
interest.
of
Plus
interest?
then principal
Interest and-
repayments, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So they'll, around sort of 45k.
This
No, it's not
financial
really.
year? So each year, 40,000 each year, Tracy? 40,000 each year?
Yes.
Okay, that's my questions expended. Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Wilson, I think.
My question just is in terms of getting subsidy. There's also the climate change fund, and that could be Waka Kotahi or it could be like a Crown grant. So is it better to say that it's subject to at least 51% Waka Kotahi or Crown subsidy?
Just say central government subsidy,
Yeah.
I think.
Something
Instead of
like
Kotahi, but because you're right, there could even be other funds.
And essentially, we wouldn't spend anything if we don't get the funding,
That's the
co-funding.
proposal, yeah, so to put the onus back on the other side as well as us.
Yeah.
And if we didn't get it, then Eva Lisa would report it back through to infrastructure ops or council.
Okay, thank you.
Right, any other questions? Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, it's intended, is it, to be a one-time expenditure,
Correct,
just for that year?
yeah.
Yeah.
Because anything else can be dealt with through the LTP, and it's not proposed for it to be listed as ongoing.
But there's another AP before the LTP, isn't there?
As well, that could
Yeah,
be,
yeah,
It's
okay.
it's a catch-up, if you like.
And do we have a list of where it will be spent?
There's certainly a list of going forward in the years as to the next 2 years, is it? As to what works could be done, so it would clearly advance the ones off the latter half of that. It's not meant to say what the priorities are. That's another exercise yet to happen.
But if it's coming out of future years, is it no different to the last one with a different figure attached to it?
It's new spending. It's not.
So it's
the
not
work's
coming out of future
The work
budgets?
program is coming out of it, but not the money.
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused.
Well, the last one.
If it's coming out of future years' expenditure.
No, and it's not
Oh,
suggested.
okay, well, I thought that's what you said it
No,
was.
the work program. The list of jobs.
Yep. Okay.
Is what I meant, yeah.
And if we do get the funding, just a question to Tracy, if we do get the funding, then our net borrowing is only the 490, isn't it?
Correct.
So while we'll have to claim depreciation on the $4 million, we will only be paying interest on the 490,000.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks,
Okay,
Chair.
Councillor Naidu-Rowe? Thanks.
Thank you. Just trying to understand what minor, I forgot the wording, minor improvements. What does that, can someone give me an example? And also, what is our current, or do we have a current budget for that type of work in our LTP at the moment?
Chris? You or Eva Lisa?
So in terms of, yes, we currently do have funding in the 10-year plan of funded projects under transport improvements, which elected members review and prioritise. And then we also have a list of unfunded projects that we're unable to do.
Do we know what is our current budget allocated for this type of work? I'm just trying to understand what the gap is.
We have multiple budgets, so it's just a matter of totalling those up, and then there are unfunded programs of work that were listed in the 10-year plan that didn't get funded because of the decisions of council. So it's my understanding it's around 5 plus. Chris has it in front of him. Apologies, Councillor Noru Rolfe. It's a little bit little. I can't see it on the screen.
So what's funded in our 10-year plan is we have a program of low-cost, low-risk walking and cycling. So next year it's about just over $5 million, and we have biking connectivity projects of about $2.5 million next year. So it's my understanding they're probably aligned with sort of major projects. I think the intent of this one was the smaller, not quite maintenance, but smaller improvements, a bit like the cycle ones, Councillor McPherson. I think that's what you were targeting with this fund. Yeah.
Is that right? Sorry, is that right, Dave? Is this more for?
Yeah, this is for the. You might have heard the term ungap the gaps. I mentioned one in the last debate, one particular gap as an example. So what happens at intersections with cycle facilities, that sort of thing.
So it would be the most urgent for the next year?
Where I would imagine that staff would come to us through the infrastructure committee and say, here's the list of what we think should be done for the 1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions, so we will go into debate. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I appreciate that this has sort of come up at the last minute, but I've been, in a sense, I've been thinking about the submissions we've had in the last, both in this submission process and to infrastructure operations, and all the discussion about how the expenditure we're putting in is actually a drop in the bucket in terms of what we really need to do, and all the safety issues that have been identified and are being identified to staff like Eva Lisa almost every day. I went yesterday on my, as I mentioned before, on my ride onto over into the west here, and found that every single major road, whether it was a state highway or one of our arterials or collector roads, had gaps in the cycle network in it. Not one of them had a cycle route that was, let alone a safe cycle route for the whole length of it. Not one of them. They all stopped at intersections, or where there'd been roadworks, or where there was no noticeable reason except maybe parking being provided. And I'm really concerned that a lot of people around this table with all sorts of political persuasions have said they really support us cycling. Some have said, well, I support cycling more than PT. In order to do that, we have to provide some degree of safety and some better perception of safety. And it's clear that the last motion was really good. It started that. It's absolutely clear it's nowhere near enough. And this 1 million wouldn't be enough either. But the other thing that this does is it puts a bit of acid back on Waka Kotahi and says, you have to walk the talk or ride the path in this case, and actually put some of your money where the government's mouth is. They keep talking about the need to get into this area. Well, fund us for some more work in that area, and we're willing to put our share in, and we'll have a partnership. It's a matter of doing more of what we said during the last motion, and that's the reason I've put it up.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm taking an extra few seconds just to get my head around this madness. Not only has the cheese fallen off the cracker, somebody needs to take the bike of Councillor McPherson off him if every time he goes for a ride it's going to cost the ratepayers $1 million. Staff are even unsure about how they would, from what I can glean, how they would spend this. Talk about incremental creep.
Point of order, I don't object to the $1 million bike at all, but what I am saying is incorrect as staff having no idea. Staff specifically said there was a list of projects, both funded and unfunded, already available.
Yeah, I take it on board both of your points, because there was also a slight lack of clarity about what they are at this point in time.
Well, yeah,
so we'll
but
just
there were some rather personal comments in there, which you had a go at me about before, but not to you.
No, I will say this to all councillors: play the issue, not the person. And pots must not call kettle black in that department. But let's play.
And my bike only cost $2,000, not $1 million.
All right, Councillor Wilson.
Yes, but your rides have cost us $2 million. Sorry, $1 million.
Stick to the issue. Stick to the issue. Dave McPherson, please.
Of all the people in this chamber who should not take umbrage with somebody playing a little bit with them, it should be my learned friend, Councillor McPherson, who's based his entire political career.
Let's
learned?
stick to...
Well,
councillors,
anyway,
let's stick to the debate,
here's the rub. We're in the midst of an economic crisis. Today we've discovered that, in fact, and I think Tracy's going to help us out later on by confirming my initial figure of about 150, closer to $160 million of more spending than we thought we were going to have, just to start the day. And this is in the midst of inflationary pressures on our ratepayers. And we've now, at the last moment, have plucked this another $1 million for cycleways. The ideology, this left-leaning ideology.
Point of order.
Let's.
Getting very personal.
Yeah, let's get on with the debate, please, Councillor Wilson.
The ideology that has suddenly led this council to put forward yet another request to spend $1 million in the face of all of the financial challenges that are coming down at us, whether it's let's rename streets, let's remove statues, now let's spend $1 million on cycling. Is this really our priority? This cannot be our priority. We can't afford it. And if we can afford it, then tell me what you want to cut. Don't just smile. Give me an explanation. What would you like to cut? Or have the courage later on today and go out and say, because of our spending, I'm standing for re-election despite the fact that I want rates to go up 12%, because I've got to cover my spending behaviour.
Councillor Wilson, time please. Last point.
Madness. How's that?
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Chair, if this $1 million that's needed now is to attempt to create the connectivity that doesn't exist between our existing cycle routes, then I suggest it is woefully inadequate. We have talked in this council chamber before about the lack of connectivity between various existing cycle routes around town. So I suggest that while there is a need to do that, I think this sudden immediate need to put $1 million into the budget is not really going to solve the problem at all. Earlier today it was indicated by the annual plan sponsor we should, after the extra spend on the school travel, look for a reduction elsewhere in spending. All I have been hearing since then are ways to look for additional areas where we can spend, sometimes in areas that haven't previously been considered. And look, I join Councillor Wilson's concern because that drop in the bucket is slowly filling up and it soon will overflow, and the rate increase that Councillor Wilson is talking about at 10% or 12% will well exceed that figure. So look, we need to consider some degree of restraint, and that should be done now rather than the last vote of the day, which will be to increase the rates or not increase the rates. We need to stop and think about the spending now. And so for that reason, while I think there is legitimate reason for Councillor McPherson's wish for that $1 million, I just don't think we're in a position to afford it unless we are prepared to increase the rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, Councillor Ewan, good friend of mine, talked about left-leaning. I didn't realise that Councillor McPherson was left-leaning. But I will say that road fatalities or life-changing industries don't discriminate whether you're left-leaning, right-leaning or politically somewhere in the middle, which of course I am. I just want to make the point that we talk of $1 million. The actual tragic cost to the society and the community, if you can even measure that, of a road cyclist fatality or rest of life-changing injury is way north of $1 million. So if we're going to talk in monetary terms, can we actually get perspective? Because the greatest tragedy that you can imagine is a cyclist leaving house in the morning, doing all the right things, but a person driving a chunk of 1-ton metal called a car, not paying attention, and the cyclist doesn't come home that night, or when they come home eventually, their life has changed forever. So in a summary, if we are serious about doing what we can to encourage more cycling, and most importantly, to protect the cyclists on our roads now, young and old, our kids, our loved ones, our parents, whoever, then I'm going to suggest that this is not such an irresponsible spend. It also gives a very clear challenge to central government. If you want mode change, if you want to encourage cycling, tell your agencies now to walk and ride the talk.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Firstly, Councillor Dave should have started riding a bike more frequently at the start of this term.
We can afford it.
What's been proposed is subject to Waka Kotahi or central government co-funding. So at this stage, we're not doing anything unless either of those come to the table. This actually would put us in a good position in terms of the climate change fund that's coming up. So if we get funding, then we can maximise what's available there. If we don't, and Hamilton is forgotten, someone needs to send Wellington a map with Hamilton on it. But if Hamilton is forgotten, then we spend nothing. So this really is about putting the ball back in the court of Waka Kotahi and of central government to say, hey, look, we've done some awesome work here, but we need you to come in and fund this with us. And to the criticism that we don't have projects available. We have just spent over a year working on the biking and micro-mobility business case. It is going to Waka Kotahi for sign-off in August. It will be coming to us soon. Staff have done a huge amount of work modelling and working out priority routes, and a lot of them are actually low cost compared to what's happening around the country. We're doing amazing work to be able to deliver high value for actually a relatively low cost. And so there are the projects there, they're ready to be rolled out, and on those priority routes they would make a significant difference, and even $1 million would get us well over 1 kilometre, maybe 2, of safe cycleway. So I'm supporting this, and Dave, keep riding your bike.
Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. I'm not going to talk about the reasons for doing this. I think that's already been said. I just want to address 2 things that have been in debate today. One of them is around the money, and as Councillor Sarah said, this is $1 million subject to NZTA. This is not willy-nilly spending. This is us responding to the people we represent. And I might remind Council that 44% of submitters said increase budgets and cover this by borrowing. Some of the other things that in the submissions, and I read every single one, said, and this would disturb me, you don't listen, so why ask us to have a say? Councillor McPherson is listening and responding. We don't want people to say you don't listen, so why ask us? We've moved on from that. The other things in submissions that are specific, and one really stood out to me, from Casey Wells, who said, I'm happy to pay my way to help, even as a low-income earner. We are responding to the people that we represent. And there are many, many submissions saying things like that. One said, please maximise safety for cycling for adults and children on the roads. And one last thing in terms of cost, and Councillor Gallagher said this, quite rightly so, this is $1 million. One death or serious injury costs us $12 million. And I think currently with the road deaths, they might be vehicle deaths, but it's around $1.8 billion. So think about that, $12 million for every death and serious injury on our roads. And this proposal asks for $1 million subject to subsidy.
Thank you. So I think I'm next in debate. Look, I am listening. We can't do everything that everybody asks us to, unfortunately. I'd love to, as I've said before. I do want to support this, but I'm not sure that I can. I did support bikes on pipes. I did support the additional safety improvements with the cycle ones. I did support an ambitious cycling program, more ambitious than has ever been seen in a long-term plan. I supported that. And we're not even debating that much bigger program today. I'm happy to look at this again in the long-term plan when we can go out and talk more widely with the community. But I think the key point, and I'm not wholesale bought into Councillor Wilson's rhetoric, but we do need to be financially wise. We can't have a death. We can't have a death by 1,000 cats. All right, your debate. Thank you. Thank you. We can't make it a death by 1,000 cuts financially with small increases on small increases on small increases. There has to be a stop. I'm not up for significant extra money at this point, and it is 1 million. And Councillor Thompson mentioned the 1 kilometres of cycleway. Well, I'm a great advocate for the off-road cycleways wherever possible. That's why I leaned into bikes on pipes, because it's all shades of right in my view. 1 kilometre is not that much when you're talking about cycling safety, but 1 kilometre still has a significant, $1 million does have an effect on our debt. We're tapped out at the moment. We haven't got a lot of debt capacity. If we had a lot, you could make hay while the sun shines, but we don't have a lot of debt at this point in time, debt headroom to move in. I will continue to promote cycling, you can guarantee it. I will take your voices to Wellington, I have already. I just note that Waka Kotahi are fully expended. They're tapped out. They haven't got a lot more money in their bucket. And the one point I want to make is that we are pushing back on that, saying that that needs to be reviewed, because there just isn't enough money nationally to do everything that everybody wants. But don't mistake this for being anti-cycling. I think all our cycling advocates who've passionately spoken today have done a fantastic job of elevating cycling in a way that's never been seen before at this council. So I feel comfortable with my decision. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Look, I'll speak and I'll be very, very brief for a change. Wakakataki are tapped out, and the motion, the very wording of the motion says if they're tapped out and we don't get the funding, we don't do it. That's the only point I'd make, so I'm supporting it.
Thank you. Cool. Anybody else? No? We will go to the vote. Right of reply, Councillor.
Thank you. I'm going to start off with replying to a couple of your comments, Your Worship.
Yep.
I wonder how many people around the room seriously think it's a good idea to wait for 2 years to the LTP to actually improve our game in this area and up our game. Yes, we all support off-road cycling facilities as the preferred option, but how much realistically are we going to get of that done in the next couple of years? And I've got some rude words to describe how much, which I won't use here because we're not going to get much done, as you well know. To say let's revisit it in the LTP is to say just business as usual, unfortunately, for the next 2 years. If we're serious about things like partnership, that my dear friend Councillor No up the end there talks about all the time, this is an opportunity to add value and to get that partnership really working. It's saying to NZTA, if you believe in this, if you follow your own government's policy, then support us to get more work done on our existing cycleways while we're looking at the longer term strategic plan to get more, to separate cyclists from car drivers. Our reputation, which Councillor No talked about as well, there's the reputation. We'll have a very bad reputation if we keep adding to Philip Evans' list that we have up on the top there. I suggest that we don't go down that way, that we actually take as many steps as possible, as fast as possible, within reason to do this, to start fixing it quicker. Councillor Robb is quite right. This isn't going to be enough. We all know that, but it's going to be more than doing nothing, not extra. And I would rather take a step further towards that than say we can't do it all, so let's not do anything.
I was almost going to point of order you, because I did say we had already had ambitious funding for cycling. I said I was going to point of order you because you assumed that we haven't got a base of ambitious funding already, which is what I pointed to. But anyway, that's okay. We will now go to the vote. All in favour? Oh. Against?
The motion is carried, noting that Mayor Southgate, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Pascoe and Councillor Ralph are dissenting.
Thank you. Guess that's the gig. It's not always easy to make decisions, is it? All right, so we have done the... We're on to, no, there's a question about extra information about disability. Is that what we're...
That's right, yes.
With Councillor O'Leary, you raised something with the...
Yeah, thank you. I just had just a couple of questions in the additional information, and staff are aware. I've talked to Councillor Sarah, and we're possibly going to raise this at Councillor Bunting's next meeting, which I think the report says the policy in a new action plan is going to. But Helen does have my questions, so I just, if you can just respond, and that's just about, what are my questions, Helen?
You were
yeah, what's happening pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, you were asking. So we've recently consulted on the disability policy. So the report will be bringing back themes from those submissions. But the other part of your question was around costs and just so costs of the advisory group, etc., which isn't, that is, they are voluntary currently. That's historic. If we were to fund some of those activities around that, then we've got some discretionary budget within the ComDev for projects, community projects. We'd look within those in the first instance, within that budget in the first instance. I think it's listening to Jerry and others that submitted. I think it's bigger than the issue is bigger than just, like we can't keep relying on advisory groups to give us information. It's about lifting our capability and knowledge and awareness within council. So we're also looking at things like making sure that we're doing that thinking within our asset management planning and project planning, organisationally, as well as consulting as appropriate. So we'll be making that a priority. We're not seeking any additional funding currently. If, in coming years, we think that's required, we'll make those recommendations to council.
Okay, and just on page 219 in the additional information, under response for my query, it says there's a total budget. It actually reads as 36 million, but of course that's not right, is it? It's 36,000, surely.
I think the budget was...
for the disability
and I might get Rebecca to jump into that, but I think that was around some of the capital projects that we've put in place where we've made sure there was an accessibility component to it. But Rebecca, are you...
But that wouldn't be factually correct. That's taking... So if are you saying then 36 million because we're doing this development in the garden and a teeny tiny incy-wincy portion of that is going to disability facilities or amenity at the gardens, but we're ring-fencing the 20 million we're spending in the gardens? That's cheating.
No, Rebecca's going to respond.
Yep.
Isn't it?
Yes, hi. I'm online now, Councillor Angela.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi. You are correct. It is the figure. It is the 36 million, and it is the total capital investment for those projects. So your point is well made that it's not an entirely accurate figure. Where that figure has come from is from the previous reports presented on the Disability Action Plan and the Programme of Works. So we've taken the figure straight from previous reporting, but the updated report that you'll see in August, we can reframe that for you.
Okay, thanks, Rebecca. And in the light of that then, I won't raise a motion today. I'm going to catch up with Councillor Sarah and we'll work on something. But can you please bring in that report then, the actual, if it's possible, even just a ring-fence number of the portion of funding that's within that 36 million that is directly attributed to disability and accessibility, amenity, facilities and services? Because if it was 36 million, I'd be happy and they'd be happy.
Yeah, we can absolutely do that.
Great, thank you. All right. So there might be other questions, but we'll reserve our motion till Councillor Bunting's committee.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. That's straightforward. That brings us, so we've completed B and C now, B and C, and we're on to D, which is the following the changes in the budget. Does that need to be spoken to, Sean, or is that pretty straightforward? It's pretty evident, isn't it?
No, it should be fairly straightforward.
Okay. Page 152, recommendations D, which is Waka Kotahi contract, the revenue adjustments, the Peacock contract only. I'm happy to move. Is there a seconder? Do you want any? Councillor Hamilton, thank you. Any questions? There being none, we'll move to debate. I don't actually want to take any debate. Do you, Councillor Hamilton? No. Anybody wish to debate? No. All right. Those in favour, please raise your hands.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Brilliant. So now we'll move on to E, which is the changes to the underlying assumptions for the budget. That's the NIDIA demographics. That's the application of the 5% inflation. So I assume there are questions or potentially debate on this one in any case. Any thing that wants to, any update from staff on this? No. So it's as we last discussed it. Okay. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Chair. I asked a question earlier on about the inflation rate, which was answered, but I would also like to find out whether, because we've gone to NIDIA high demographic projections, whether we have any up-to-date figures which would suggest that was the right move to go to high from, I think we were previously medium, Dave?
But it was an old version of Nydia.
Yes,
we
yeah.
didn't just go to high, the whole system was rejigged a little bit.
Okay, because I know that we have different disagreement, well, not we, but we do have disagreements around the table in terms of what Hamilton's population is from time to time. So I'm just wondering, are we getting a regular stat that tells us the city's population so that we can align ourselves that the plan is in fact correctly geared in the same way as it is with the inflation rate, correctly geared to how the population is increasing or decreasing?
Good afternoon, councillors. So we're very comfortable that the NIDI high is the basis for the annual plan, but you'll also recall at the most recent briefing we gave on growth, Greg Carstens talked about the work that his team are doing on a Hamilton-specific growth model that's taking even more sophisticated information, and that will be the basis upon which we continue to refine and look at information for this council. So we're very happy with the information we're working on, Councillor Rob.
And that includes dwelling growth projections and things like that?
It's more than just population, it's dwelling, housing formation, utilising a range of data metrics that are very specific to Hamilton.
And does that work include, and I don't want to get too far down the track here, Mayor Paula, but does that include bringing into account that population who don't actually live in the city but come into the city every day to work or school? So do we have some indicators because they do draw on the resources of the city?
That is a separate data set. So the data set we're referring to here is around households and dwellings in particular, but there is separate data on that information.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, I've got a couple of questions, and then hopefully we'll move a motion to change the inflation rate, but I haven't had a seconder yet, but I'm hoping that I find one. To staff, just in regards to the the inflation rate for operational expenditure at 5%. In light of the consumer price index at sort of 6.9, and I note the annual inflation hits a decade high at 5.9, according to Stats New Zealand a few months ago. Are you still saying that 5% is fit for purpose?
So yes, so just the same question that Councillor Rob asked me earlier on today. So a lot of our contracts that we already have in for the next annual plan year are already locked and loaded from a pricing perspective.
How many? Could you tell me the quantum of expenditure and then the percentage of that quantum that's locked in?
So most of our big contracts are locked in, so like the likes of cleaning and security and those sorts of ones. So our next biggest spend would be around consultants and legal, so more your services type things as opposed to, I guess, contracts with material and supply chain issues, which is where a lot of the inflation comes from.
But legal and consultancy is OPEX, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so you're saying that all of our legal fees are contracted, are set?
The majority of them we have set contracts, yes.
So there will be no price increases in the next 12 months?
I couldn't say there'd be no price increases because obviously everyone has different, timing is different for what they want to do and where their contracts and things like that. So it's obviously everything that we do and all of our contracts is all negotiable.
Right. I'd like to change our OPEX to 7%. I don't know if I have a seconder, and I guess there's no point in talking about it unless I do. So I'm looking at page 153, Dave. 2, yeah, sorry. Yep, E2. Currently it's at 5% for operational expenditure, and we had 7% for CapEx, and I'm just asking that we should try to increase the OPEX to 7, because I think it's more realistic.
Can I ask a question? Thank you. So we've got that, and we'll put it up just seeing if there's a seconder, but can I ask the impact of that, please?
Yeah, we'll have
We
to
just need a
model-
moment to
we'll have
calculate.
to go and model it, so I wasn't expecting that, so we'll have to go and model it.
Yeah,
see
it
what
would have
that
been
does.
helpful to know a bit earlier, but
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry.
We will have a 10-minute, well, we'll
I
have
don't
to,
have a seconder so far, so I don't, oh, sorry.
it doesn't matter, I do think it's worth knowing that. So we will
Councillor
have a
Donovan
break
has
until,
seconded
we
it.
will have an adjournment until 22. Just have a stretch legs, bathroom stop.
Okay. Thank you.
Because
what I understand is the case is I'll move the motion for 6% over all of OPEX, and I understand Councillor Shearer is potentially foreshadowing an amendment, which will be, I understand, to be 6% just on personnel cost, but not on the other aspects.
right, well, we'll have to digest.
Councillor Mark is seconding my motion, and I'm sure Councillor Sarah will have one of her loyal supporters giving her the second.
And just when I was telling the media that we'd probably be done fairly soon. Look, it is a long weekend. If that could be an incentive to anyone here whatsoever, let's get into it. Okay, let's step through that. We have Ewan's motion seconded by Councillor Donovan. Can we put it up, please? We've got a foreshadowed motion from Sarah, and yeah, I get that. And I would have liked to move the staff's recommendation. How do I fit that in? Is it foreshadowed? So I'll foreshadow the staff's recommendation, and that enables us to have a debate across all scenarios in any case, which I think is important. Okay, so you in 3 sentences or less explain why you've pitched your ask.
Simply because when we did this in draft format, we had a guesstimation of where we thought things would land.
Mm-hmm.
In the last few months, we've had clear trading history that the 5% is highly unlikely to be reflective, and that I believe, at least as a compromise, 6% is more reflective of where it's likely to be.
Okay, thank you. So questions to, I have one. So can I understand the impact of the 6%? Let me see the motion, please. The 6% across all, that's what you're saying, right? 6%, Tracy.
Okay, thank you. So if we just look at our operating expenditure on its own, so that doesn't include the likes of depreciation and interest, so that would add another $1.3 million to our bottom line. And then if you add another 1% to what we've currently got for our personnel, that would be another $1.1 million. So in total, what Councillor Wilson is proposing today is $2.4 million additional to our operating expenditure, which then moves our balancing the books back out to 15 million. It also means that we would stay unbalanced and have a deficit into year 2026. So our first year of balancing the books would then be 2027.
Okay, thank you. And so we can have it in the round. Sarah's motion, foreshadowed motion. What impact does that have, please?
What did you? Oh, it was 6 on just staff.
Yeah, so it's just 6 on staff, which is just the 1.1 million.
1.1 million.
And what affects that on balancing?
13 back to 14, about 14 million.
14 million.
Yeah.
That includes all the adjustments for today too, does it?
Yeah, and it would be back, I think, just balancing the books in 2026, Candice, isn't it? No, still not balancing the books. So balancing the books would just be on borderlining.
So it's 2027.
So it's still 2027, yeah. So it'd be because it's borderlining it.
Okay, so, all right. And again, that's in addition, so those two scenarios are either 2.4 or 1.1 million above the base suggestion of staff. All right. Second staff? Councillor Thompson's? I haven't got a seconder for my foreshadowed one, which is staff at the moment. Councillor Hamilton? Okay, so if that's the difference,
the foreshadow is the original motion.
just my other question for clarity before I get to Councillor O'Leary's question is, what we know that this is not a precise science. I'm not going to debate this early, but it's not precise science. How is staff feeling in terms of their advice where we might sit? It might be for you, Lance, or it might be for the team. I'm not sure. But you know, we're going to have to land somewhere between staff and this new motion. And can you give us any sage advice on this?
We can play a bit of a tag team. Look, just on the personnel costs, and I was just talking to some of the elected members over there before, we've been going through our annual salary reviews and actually reviewing what's happened with our workforce over the last 12 months. And David's team and Dan and David's team have got the benchmarking information in, and the salary pressure is very real, and I've spoken to the Strategic Risk and Audit Committee around that. You're aware that you gave me permission to advance looking at the benefit of medical insurance, and that's around not only retention, which is absolutely vital for us, but attraction of good staff as well. And we've had a really positive reaction to that. But also we have still been in recent times losing staff to commercial and other organisations, and also we've been losing candidates because their salary expectations have been significantly more than we could pay. So if there was, in the personnel area, if there was further movement there, I think our number of vacancies, which has caused frustrations for everyone, and also our turnover rates and our ability to retain those people, I think there'd be a massive benefit by having a bit of extra money to play with. And our benchmarking has shown that on the open market, salaries, depending on what grade they are, salaries have gone up 4 to 9%. So that's quite significant. Depending on the grade, especially the professional grades have gone up around the 7 or 8%, and those are the areas where we're losing staff, and we also need to retain staff to basically deliver on our 10-year plan. Around the operational side of things, I'll probably get Tracy to carry on with her comments about we do have contracts locked in, but there are varying views from different economists around what the inflation rate will be going forward. And we're seeing, predictions by the Reserve Bank that as Councillor Wilson said earlier, that we could be entering, a mini recession. No one knows exactly what that's going to be. So you have two options to actually give us a buffer at the moment, or for us to report back to the Finance Committee going forward, and then which would mean that we'd have to manage within our budgets, which means that projects may have to be cut or have to be deferred so that we can stay within budget. Or you could extend the budget at that time and increase debt. So those are really your options. But I think if there's a bigger buffer, then we'll be in a better place to actually ride through this recession.
By meaning a bigger buffer, you mean a more generous allocation to inflation? Around
the operational side of things. I think the capital program, as Chris has explained in previous meetings, that we do have that 3-year program, and then we're going to try and reduce deferrals as well. Then we would carry on bringing projects back to the Finance Committee to manage those within current allowances, notwithstanding the fact that you have said 7% on high-risk projects, which I think is prudent.
Okay, thank you. We've already said 7% on high risk, yeah. Thank you, that's my questions for now. Councillor O'Leary?
Yeah, thanks. Just a question, and I understand the foreshadowed amendment is the staff, what's in here. Yeah, so that's the 5 and the 7% capital, CapEx. So with both the amendment and the motion, although I understand the difference, but inflation is operational. So if I think I heard Tracy, you say 1.5 odd million for the extra percent.
So 1.3.
1.3.
1.1 for the personnel.
So that's roughly, I know we haven't gotten to how we're paying for this yet, but that's roughly would be an extra percent rates increase. So we'd go from 4.9 to 5.9. So that's what the motion and the amendment, one of them's different, isn't it? Because one's 6% on staff and one's 6% on OPEX.
Yep. And staff.
And so, Tracy, that could go on debt or it could go on rates.
Correct.
So we could have the choice.
But just be sure it's around that 1% more. Okay, yeah, cool.
If it was to go.
Yeah, we've yet to make the decision, but I wanted
Depending
to
on
be
how you
clear,
want
I
to pay for that,
understood.
yep.
Yeah, that's right.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good questions. Any further questions? No. Just for ease of record, thank you, Max.
Just to Lance, should there be additional allocation in the personnel budget or in either of those motions, what would your attitude be toward the use of that additional resource?
Look, it gives the GMs who've been sweating on it and putting a bit of heat on me over the last wee while, just looking at the salaries, to look right across the board. And, you know, there have been living wage increases, minimum wage, and also negotiations around our collective agreements with PSA and A1s and First Union. Look, it would give us more flexibility through those negotiations, and also probably at our professional streams, areas where Blair's really struggling to get planners and people that we need for a lot of our growth opportunities and challenges. And also Chris with project management and Murray with IT. So, you know, we are really challenged in that area, and it's a really, really competitive market. So it would give us some benefits in that area to attract and also retain staff in particular areas, but also right across the board as well.
And the usual place to report progress on the personnel is through the Finance Committee, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Do any of these come close to breaching debt to revenue? Because we haven't talked about that.
No. Got to ask Candice. No.
Oh, okay. And just in this paper, I just noticed it now. Why does it say 31st March forecast as opposed to June?
Where?
That's from, so that was when we had the council meeting in March.
Oh, okay.
That was what we were forecasting at that time, is what it was referring to.
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, just a question on how we might recover some of the increased costs. And I know I'm jumping the gun here, but fees and charges we've still got to discuss.
Yes.
And I assume that there will be some inflationary increase in those. Have you got a global sort of estimate of fees and charges and what percentage the increase might be? Because that might also be a trigger to what we might be able to recover through that. I know that won't be enough to cover the costs of the organisation, but it may help if, on average, they're 5 or 6%, for example. That might help in terms of the thinking around the operational increase that Councillor Wilson is touting for.
Sure. So if I do my spiel for my fees and charges paper, which comes after this, if I do it now.
Well, I don't really want you to do that because I haven't had a chance to go through them yet.
So all I'm going to say, which will be exactly what I say later, is when we're doing the fees and charges, there are a couple of things that we look at. So one of them, first of all, obviously, is inflation and is all of those charges that we're talking about today, and the cost of what it costs us to do that piece of work. So we definitely take that into consideration. For a lot of our fees and charges, though, you also have to take into the consideration the market and who we're competing with and what that'll look like, and the fact that we are in the business to obviously support our community and allow them to do a lot of those services. So when the team are looking at their fees and charges, all of that gets taken into consideration when they're going through line by line, as you've seen in the report, to come to what they want that to be. So I can't say that it's one or the other, and in some cases it's all of that, all of those
But we
decisions.
must have known what our estimate is. Do we know what our estimate income is for each of those fees and charges for the year?
Yes.
And so we must be able to look at it before and after and say, well, we've put up the cost of going into the zoo, for example, by 5% or 6%. Or so I'm looking kind of like a global figure that gives us an indicator, given the fact that there are some that we can't increase, and there will be some where the market is well ahead of us, and there will be a margin to look seriously at an increase.
Yeah, so I think off the top of my head, the most we've put our fees up is 5% at the moment.
The most in any one line item? Yep. Okay, so that means that on average it will be less than 5%. Yeah, okay. Okay, that was what I was really looking for, just to get a view on that. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So, Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, just be patient again. I'm processing this, and to the Chief Executive, obviously the motion and the amendment only has two critical differences. One is operational expenditure, which presumably includes personnel, and then the amendment talks about personnel only. So in terms of, from your point of view, as a faithful servant to the government, public servant that you are, what in your considered view as the Chief Executive of this organisation is the most realistic, appropriate way forward?
Look, my view is the personnel side of things is probably the first priority. That's where we've probably got the most pressures, and we can and we could manage through reports to the Finance Committee around other pressures on operational costs. And Tracy pointed out some of those are managed through our large contracts that we've already got, but there will be other ones which other operational expenditure that are at the whim of inflationary pressures. And so if you're asking me to pick between the amendment and the motion, then my view would be the amendment would probably be where I would be going in the first instance, but I do understand why some elected members would be looking at the motion because, that would give us a bigger buffer. Just remembering that predicting what inflation is and what's happening isn't an exact science, and I think that's what we're all challenged with.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? No. Well, look, what I would like to do with your leave is take E1 and just get that out of the way, because I don't think that's where the debate lies. E Roman numerals 1, which is the Nydia High. So I'll move that. Is there a seconder, please? Councillor Wilson. Any question or debate? Any debate? I don't need to debate it. We have. Therefore, all in favour, please raise your hands.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. And so now we're on the Roman numerals 2, which of course is this suite of motions that we were looking before. Councillor Hamilton has a question.
Procedurally, so you'll take the amendment?
Amendment.
And then you'll go to your foreshadowed amendment?
Is that right? Yeah.
And then the motion?
Yeah.
Thank you.
If.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, Amy will step us through it, and she has it.
I've got it ready to show on the screen if we have to use the chart.
She's very, very capable as Amy, and she'll step us through it. So the amendment, which is Councillor Thompson and Councillor Van Oosten, which looks at application of the 6% inflation rate on personnel, and we've. Ooh. Okay. I thought I was the only one who needed to go to Specsavers Day.
Look at the one above now. So it's the addition of the red.
Yeah. So one applies to the only personnel, and one other applies to CapEx. Yeah.
Tracy, you just want to remind the elected members what the dollar figures were for each of those, the personnel plus, 2.4 and...
So, $2.4 million overall for both operating and wages, so 1.3 for operating and 1.1 for wages, salaries.
Yeah.
Personnel.
So just the wages option?
Is just 1.1.
Just the 1.1.
Yeah.
So we'll go into the debate, and normally I would take them all contemporaneously, but I'm not sure I'm inclined to. We'll do them at this time because there's 3 of them up on the board, so I'll take them one by one. So you're the mover of the amendment. Pardon? Well, we can debate them all together then. All right, as long as you can be clear about which one. Okay, it would be helpful to be clear. Okay, mover.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. The one thing that I hope would unite us all, because it's actually not a decision on specific project funding, is the premise of trying to get to a pretty clear baseline of our projections. And this is not new. Historically, we've always added inflation and we've broken it between CapEx and OpEx. You'll recall that this all started at just 3% and we're now landed where we have. And although I agree with the Chief Executive, and he's absolutely right that it's not a defined science, because it's not. Because if it was, then we'd be firing our consultants who said it was going to be 3.2, but it isn't. But what it is, and what we have as governors, is an opportunity to take the most recent analysis of what's happening. And even in the few months that have passed, the market has told us a different story. The consumer index is now currently at 6.9, projecting to be above. The BNZ is saying we will surge, and they use the word surge through 7%. ANZ are saying at least 7.4. At the end of the day, what I'm trying to say is that we need to go back out to the people with an accurate projection of what our inflation is. And I'm mindful from when we first set our LTP just a year or so ago, we have already spent $160 million more, approximately, than we consulted on. I think the average ratepayer will go, when I see on the nightly news the consumer index is sitting between 7 and 7.4, what is council talking about when they're landing at 5 or at 6 for personnel and not reflecting the balance of the OpEx? So I'm trying to give us an accurate picture.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. So after discussions with Councillor Wilson, I know he's already compromised on this, but I wanted to put forward another compromise here. And my understanding is the place that we face the biggest risk and the most pressure when it comes to inflation is around personnel costs and competing with the market in terms of retaining and attracting good people. And we know that we need good people to be able to deliver what we've planned for the city. So that's my reason for putting, we've heard from Lance around some of those pressures that we're already facing. That's my reason for putting this forward. But the reason why this is my preferred option compared to going across the board with an increase is that we already have contracts that are locked and loaded, as we've heard, and they've already got set pricing. So in some cases with our OPEX, we won't be seeing necessarily seeing that inflation. In other parts we will, but I would rather see us first see if we can manage that risk with the 5% that we've already put forward, and then if absolutely need be, it can come back to finance. But I think it's important to be front-footing those personnel risks. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. I'm mover of the foreshadowed motion. Just in line with the conversations that we've had with staff, I guess You know, I have sympathy for the both other views put across, especially in the personnel. Having said that, I'm being assured that we have flexibility within the Finance Committee to adapt as time goes by to the pressures that we're under. We also have the flexibility of pulling back on work to be undertaken, projects and so on, which you could argue some people are calling for out in the public. So I've just put the foreshadowed motion up on that basis at this point in time. And we'll take debate from other people as well. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Sarah talked about compromise. I'm going to compromise on the compromise by not compromising. Economists have got 11 out of the last 4 recessions correct. So without trying to be critical, and I appreciate what Councillor Ewan's doing and Sarah as well, I'm not happy with saying to our community, we're going to balance the books in 5 years' time. Since I've been on council, it's been this elusive balancing the books with our latest capital adjustment, which Ewan rightfully agitated and stirred up an awareness that we needed to have more buffer, and we've done that. We blew out our balancing the books by 1 year then. With the amendment or the motion today, we're going to do it by 5 years, and that says to our community, we don't want to put our rates up. We don't want to use debt, but what we're going to do is, or we're going to use debt, but we're going to not pay for everyday costs by pushing it out another year. And to me, it's not acceptable when, frankly, every 6 weeks we've got a finance committee that is acute and nimble and can make these adjustments, and that's what it's for. Why try and figure something out in 10 years today? Yes, we can adjust it at our annual plan next year, but we can adjust in 6 weekly increments and be nuanced. And so I think we've had this conversation, we've compromised, we've given a buffer, and secondly, it keeps a healthy tension on the organisation. And I understand what Lance is saying, but I just don't accept pushing this out more and adding more fat into the system. So I won't be supporting either but the original staff motion.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
We don't balance the books, in my view, because we spend more income than we receive. Look, I see this adjustment, this inflation adjustment, being more of a provision than locking in the actual estimated expenditure into the budget. And I would hope that the tension, the management tension, would continue to exist even if the personnel budget had additional funds in it to help fund the inflationary effects, rather than it being a tick the box, we've got the money to spend, let's go out and spend it. So that's my hope. I certainly hope that. My tendency is to favour Councillor Wilson his motion, because I believe that apart from personnel, we have, and I've just listed 3 that I can think of immediately: electricity and gas. We know that our electricity went up by 1.3 million for this particular budget, so we can expect it with government policy around not seeking further development around fuel for electricity and gas to increase. We know that petrol's going up, and it's continuing to go up. The price of a barrel of petrol in December 21 was $107. I see in this morning's paper the prediction is that it will be up to $175 within the next couple of months. So there's a 75% increase in fuel. And of course, we use a lot of fuel-based products in the repairs on our roads and so forth. So while we fall back onto the CPI, what used to be known as the local government index was always higher than the CPI. And while I haven't seen that reported in recent years, I would expect it still to be the same. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. I've heard many of us talk about the extraordinary times we're in, and if we could have experts that knew what the future would be, this decision would be so much easier. But it isn't, and they're not. And so we have to make our best efforts to provide for what might be in our future. There is unprecedented pressure on our staff turnover, and that's well above 20% currently, and I can't see that dropping, and it breaks my heart every time I hear of great staff who have been poached off somewhere else on the promise of higher pay. I've talked to a couple of general managers about that exact thing in their teams and understand their real concern over being able to retain and attract great staff to get the experts that they need and that are critical for us. It's unreasonable to expect the goodwill of our employees that will keep them in the job. They are looking at their fortnightly pay to see what their worth is. And that comes in every 2 weeks, and it's a reminder of just how valuable they are to us. That's the most important thing in their eyes, and they can easily look outside the organisation to find a better deal for themselves. So I want to stop that. I want to help our CE have the ability to arrest that over 20% turnover. And so, I've also heard that our other OPEX can be managed in a different way, that those budgets aren't the same. There's locked-in contracts that we don't need to address, and that the regular Finance Committee meetings can deal with the known changes, with the actual facts, rather than being so blunt as to put a 6% increase across the lot. So, I'm thinking like the prediction of inflation, our balancing the books is not an exact science either. And a later adjustment to it to be balanced is of less concern to me.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, just a small commentary. I'm not really in favour of the likely outcome that Councillor Hamilton talked about, the death by 1,000 cuts outcome, where every 6 weeks we have to readjust figures because of the latest estimates that have changed. It is an inexact science, so I'm either in Sarah and Maxine's camp or in Ewan's camp. I can see the value of either approach there. It's clear that the difficulties we're having in the personnel area, that must be included, and I suspect others probably usefully, other areas of council expenditure will have to be included one way or another. They're perhaps a little harder to measure it in the short run, I'm not sure. So I certainly don't want to have this sort of discussion every Finance Committee meeting, though. So I'll go with either the amendment or the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Haven't said much today. I was almost swayed by Councillor Ryan's debate, and I was going to retract my seconding of the motion. but thankfully I saw through it. Budgeting's like going out to play a game of golf, and what you do is you always make sure you take enough golf balls with you. You don't go out with just one, because if you hit that one out of bounds, you're not going to get it back.
You can come back in 6 weeks for it.
Yeah, exactly. But look, you've got to have, and I really like the words, and I think it might have been Rob that used them, and even yourself, Dave, provision and adaptation. I think that's a very smart choice of words to use, and we need to be pragmatic around this, and we have to take into consideration what is happening externally at the moment, and that is we are going into recession. And there's no two ways about it. They're already talking about stagflation in the economy. This is going to be a tough time, and if we don't have a provision in there, we're just going to make it doubly harder. So my message to you today is always pack enough golf balls when you go to golf.
Excellent. Thank you. Any further debate? Right of reply. Oh, sorry. What? Not right of reply. Yeah. Councillor Nigel Rowe.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I do feel that we are doing something. We are packing some golf balls. And so I'm going to support the original motion of that 5% inflation rate, noting that that 5% does incorporate personnel as well. So that's, $5 odd million there. But I would expect, Lance to come back to the Finance Committee if that's inadequate. But for right now, I'm comfortable staying at the original recommendation. And I want, I do acknowledge what Councillor Ewan and what Councillor Sarah is trying to do. But I'm also comfortable that if it's not enough, we will hear about it in future. Thank you.
Councillor Bunting?
A very tricky one to get my head around, but fortunately, my great mate Donnie put it into terms that I could really relate to. And it's interesting because I think we actually packed our golf balls into our little golf bags when we set the very original motion way back then. So now what we're saying is, we'll just take one more just in case, or maybe just another one as well. And the analogy of, I think Ryan actually debated really, really well on this one. We are nimble, we can go back, and it keeps the healthy tension on us. I think we struck that balance last time we had that debate at about 11 o'clock on day 6.5, I think, of the last meeting. And I remember it reasonably clearly because I hadn't drunk a thing. So, however, the way I'm going to go is I'm going to vote for the personnel only one because I listen to Lance and trust him immensely. But should that fail, I'll be trying to head towards the original motion.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right of reply.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Can I first start by turning my mind to the foreshadowed amendment? And my comment would be using the Finance Committee as a mechanism every 6 weeks to manage what we already know is coming is a flawed premise, in my opinion. And there has been a lot of narrative by my good friend Councillor Ryan and others, including Councillor Maxine, which is particularly ironic because they're in fact slightly on different edges of the pendulum, that this is not an exact science, that 4 out of the last 11 have been projected accurately. But look, I'm sorry, you just have to look at what's happening today. So if you were to Google what's happening today, not as a projection but an actual fact, inflation is closer to 7%. So who's being a little, who's putting their head in the sand by saying, oh, well, these figures are never quite right, I'll stick at the 5, despite being told that currently it's 7. And so the average person at home is really going, it's 7. Now, the other reality is there's been some suggestion by Councillor Max that, look, we don't have to worry about the other elements of the OPEX because that's been managed by contracts, right? But you heard clearly from staff that one of the most significant things that isn't wrapped up in contracts is our consultants. And we spend in excess of, I think, off the top of my head, 20 million a year on consultants. Correct me if I'm way off. So again, I'm suggesting that in fact it is more pragmatic and more appropriate as governors to land on the 7. But for whatever you do, don't land on the status quo of the foreshadowed amendment, because that is like looking ahead of us, seeing exactly what the market's telling us and then just choosing to ignore it.
Thank you. Okay, so we go to the amendment, vote on the amendment. All in favour, please raise your hands. Amendment. The amendment, Sarah's amendment.
6. And dissenting?
Oh, sorry.
We have a hung vote.
Oh, good Lord. Haha, very, very funny. I'm going to vote in favour of how I just raised my hand before, which is the amendment.
Can we have those that were dissenting? Please just raise your hand for a moment. Thank you. So the amendment is carried on.
My casting vote.
On the casting vote. I'm just making sure my team has it. Noting that Councillor Kesh.
And I'll whichever way you spin it, it won't be popular. That's what comes with the job, isn't it? Okay. Thank you very much.
Now, sorry.
Now it's the substantive motion.
I'm sorry. Now we'd go to the foreshadowed amendment.
Oh, do we?
Yes.
Oh, we go to...
The amendment was carried and it's now classified as the motion. Yes.
Oh.
So
Okay. Okay.
So
all right.
We will
We're on the foreshadowed amendment. Opposed?
Sorry? Dissenting
the foreshadowed.
The foreshadowed.
I thought she did.
Sorry, would you mind taking a vote on this?
Yeah. The foreshadowed, which was the original staff one.
Those in favour.
Those in favour.
Those dissenting.
No inconsistency here, Ewan. No inconsistency here.
Amendment is lost, so we now go back to
the motion, which was the original amendment.
Yeah, the amendment, that is what it was, becomes the substantive motion.
Yes, all in favour, please raise your hands.
And dissenting? The amendment as the substantive motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Hamilton are dissenting. Thank you.
Excellent. Right. Okay, the end, councillors, the end is in sight. Let's crack on, being a Friday and all of that hoo-ha. So we're now on to F. Okay, councillors.
Do you want to do these one at a time?
We will do them one at a time, and then the final debate will be on F4, Roman numerals 4, which will allow a slightly longer debate time, as agreed. What?
Yeah, it all has to be.
Yeah, so we're just...
Have we got those figures for the start? Has your team got those figures, Amy?
No. Currently coming?
Tracy, can we give the figures to the committee secretary?
So 3, 2...
Because the capital program's changed now. Amelia.
325.
No. Doing F1, Rob.
F1, Councillor Rob.
325. 534. 710.
You're dialing a friend.
Yeah. I need to. So that's the capital program for the year.
Okay.
So are you going to do the actions without
You could probably do the first two together, I suggest. Would you? The capital program and the depreciation.
even
Remember, it's next year. So your new stuff that you put in next year affects the year after.
Okay, that assumes that it's not done until the end of the year. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Does depreciation change, Tracy?
So you can do the first two now.
Right. Or you can do 1 and 2.
We are going to do 1 and 2 because I imagine Councillor Pascoe moves 1 and 2. Seconder? All up. Sarah? And we'll go, any questions? It's sort of pretty straightforward at this point in time. No questions, therefore debate. So Councillor Rob.
Yeah, look, I won't say a lot, but what I'm encouraged by is the depreciation figure of 86.5 million, while it seems very, very high, now actually equates to the $850 million budget that we have for renewals in the long-term plan. So there is that average of $85 or $86 million a year now that will help fund renewals. So I think that's a positive in terms of ensuring that we do spend that money on those renewals and that we don't have assets falling around our ears because they haven't been maintained properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate on this? Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, I want to join Councillor Rob in celebrating the fact that at least this council is slowly learning that we've got to invest in assets that we already own and at least ensure that maintenance and renewals is complete. However, I will not be supporting the overall motion because I don't think for a second this council is going to deliver the capital program that we're purporting. We don't have a good record. We've had institutional use of deferrals, and that's not going to change. And so we go out and we make these broad promises, and we promise this capital investment, and we fail to deliver again and again and again. And so I don't believe this will be any different. But meanwhile, we keep promising more budgets, blowing the debt, and then we have no ability. It is highly unlikely that we'll actually achieve. Last time, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we had to defer 40%. 40% last time, unless I'm wrong. So why on earth would the ratepayers assume we'll get anything near what we're saying today?
Okay, thank you, That's it. We'll go to... Oh, you may.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to, but I'd just like to reply on Councillor Wilson, who has made an excellent point on the capital program, but remind elected members that this is the capital program spend for 22-23. My concern, along with his, will perhaps feature in the next two items as to whether or not we will be able to deliver the capital program that is in the LTP. But I'm quietly confident that there should be no reason why that 324 million, which is the budget estimate for next year, should not stay on the cards, stay in the books, and as much as possible we try to deliver in the current market the value of those contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the vote. All in favour? This is just F1 and 2. Please raise your hands.
And dissenting?
Thank you.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson is dissenting.
Okay, now we get to the proposed annual rates increase remaining at 4.9%, which is of course what we forecast in the long-term plan.
Your Worship, I wonder if we could have staff just confirm exactly what the rate increase would need to be in light of our starting point today, which was 160 million more than we had projected at the LTP phase, and any additional spending. And maybe this is an opportunity, Tracy, for you to update that 160, because whatever that information is, because a lot of elected members seem to be unsure of that. Oh, and I see Councillor Serra going, I don't understand that, so I'm just asking. Well, because initially I thought it was 160 million, Mayor Paula, and then I was told no, it was 116 million because staff were answering a different question.
Right,
where I had asked for the duration of the LTP.
Yeah.
So maybe Tracy would like to update us what that actual figure is.
Our staff are beavering away there, getting the latest. While that's being calculated, does anybody have any other questions that they would like to, that might be more readily answered?
Lydia, does anyone else think of Lydia the bearded lady every time? Have you heard Lydia? Yeah.
No.
Sorry to ruin that for everybody, but
There are some weirdos in this room. It's a Muppet song. Yeah, I did it.
3 minutes.
You go on the next one.
No, the next one. The final one. Yeah. What are you doing? You should still come up and see us. Can you not come and see us?
I don't know.
I'll talk to them when I get there and see.
Oh, thanks. Mayor Paula, so a rates increase to go back to the negative deficit of -2 deficit that we had in the original long-term plan is a 10.3% increase on rates.
And that includes the 4.9?
Yes.
Yep.
I suggested you and Bruce.
Okay, so everyone's clear that we either put it on debt or it's a 10. If we put it on rates, it moves the 4.9 to 10.3. Right, that's clear as mud. No, it's very clear. It's very clear as ice.
Yeah. So to your point before, Councillor Ewan, so the difference between what and Councillor Rob had asked and what you had asked, slight timing differences. So in total, if I looked where we were before that rates increase, between the beginning of our long-term plan and the end, it was around $162 million of extra debt that we would have. If you increase your rates now back to the 10.3 today, you'd be at 30.
Okay, so I'm happy to move that the proposed rate remain at the forecast LTP around 4.9%. Well, I won't say I'm happy. I'm going to move that it remain at the 4.9%. Seconded by Councillor McPherson. Is there anybody who would like to propose anything different? Oh no, really? Okay, let's, any questions? No questions, let's go to the debate. I will have a big debate over the overall thing in the next item, so that set aside, I'll keep this very short. Of course, no one's happy to put rates up at any time, let alone in an election year, let alone in a very financially difficult time for our public, our ratepayers. It's not what we want to do at all. Having said that, it is totally unpalatable to move from 4.9 to 10.3% based on some additional assumptions and additions today. It just can't be done. The community cannot afford that. So whether we like debt or we don't like debt, debt is the better alternative of the two. This means, sadly, that at the moment, failing to attract any additional funding, and I very much hope we will attract additional funding from government and partnerships on our journey, failing to do that, however, will mean that we balance the books far later than we anticipated. But at the time that we anticipated in the LTP, we did not know the impact of COVID remaining in our community so long, or any other global impacts on the economy and national impacts on the economy. We could not have known that. And the world is quite a different place than it was when we set out. But I think it doesn't give me happiness to rate at 4.9%, but it is what we knew we would have to do in the long-term plan, and I think we should stick there. There you go. That's my debate. Councillor McPherson.
No, the next person on the list was Councillor Wilson.
You're the seconder, that's all.
Yeah, but they don't come next necessarily.
No, I haven't. Councillor Wilson.
You've been doing that all day.
I have.
We'll go after
That's not what standing orders says.
I'll respect Councillor McPherson.
Oh, look, if you were next on the list, we'll go with you, Councillor Wilson.
I'll hold my speech.
Let's not be silly about it. Let's go. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. 4.9 is still an unpalatable rate increase. But at least it's one that was projected a year ago, so our ratepayers could expect it. And you're somewhat right in the sense that you could argue we've had COVID, and you could certainly argue we've had a war in the Ukraine and clear staff shortages and supply chain pressures that have highlighted or influenced a significant increase in spending. But it wouldn't explain on its own the $162 million more than what we landed on in this term as our long-term plan. And our options have clearly been, we either are agile and cut our expenditure to meet those very said challenges. Rapid increase in inflation, significant indications of a recession, an institutional addiction to deferrals, but we choose not to. We just keep spending. We just keep spending. And we're then too scared, and I'm part of it, I'm too scared to go back to the ratepayer and say, we need to increase our rates by 10.2% to feed our addiction to spending. And so, like all of you, I'm left with the option, since I couldn't convince enough of us to stop the spending, that we just have to add it to the level of debt. Eventually, the tsunami will hit us. We may not be around this table, but they will remember our decisions, and they'll remember our addiction to spending and our inability to cut the cloth to fit.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Look, the comments that you made, Your Worship, about the circumstances that we're facing now that we weren't facing at the time of the LTP are very true. Everyone, including our ratepayers, understand there's a pandemic that's caused all sorts of disruption, socially, economically, health-wise, etc. Everyone is aware that inflation's gone up, but I believe that the ratepayers' expectation of us, or their priority expectation, is that we don't increase rates any more than we had signalled to them in the LTP. I think if you went out and asked a specific question to ratepayers, we can pay off the debt at the same rate we were before, but there would be a rates increase of 10.3%, or we can take longer to pay it off and keep that rates increase no higher than we'd signalled previously, I think all of us know that the answer from almost all ratepayers would be not to increase it to that higher level. That would be more unaffordable now than increasing it to 10.3%, by 10.3%. We have to keep up that expectation. I think that what Councillor Ewan has said about deferrals is unfair and incorrect. We're not addicted to spending. I ask him to say one thing, one spending area that would significantly change either our rate increase or the speed at which we can pay off our debt. One thing that would significantly change that, that he thinks we should cut. And I don't think that he could find anything. He might find some rats and mice somewhere. But I think all the things that we're doing, whether they're social, transport, other infrastructure, or staff, which are our most important asset of all, that we would all, I don't think there's one thing in that one area that we should hack into. So let's leave it as we've planned and stretch the repayment period.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that we've made significant progress in recent years on how we report and monitor our finances. So I believe that there is not a single person around this table who does not know what levers are available to us to pull in order to balance our books, to set rates and to spend money. Today I came along with the expectation, and I think, Chair, you mentioned that at the point at where we had our first increased spend today, that councillors should be looking towards reductions during the day. And I am yet to find one. In fact, as the day progressed, we continued to spend, and we continued to spend 70,000 first time, up to $1 million in the last one. And we even had one increased spend arise from the Chair using the casting vote. So look, I think that COVID was here when we set the LTP in place, so COVID's not a new experience for us. Inflation has set us a new curveball, and I think that we have managed to manage that as best we can. But we have not gone back and looked at a very enthusiastic LTP that we set up with huge amounts of spending, and nor have we looked at in this term in this annual plan at trying to find areas where we could reduce spending. Because of the same token that Councillor McPherson alludes to, I think our ratepayers would accept that we should look at maybe a pullback on spending, knowing that they can't afford an increased rate, rather than spending and rolling over that spend to the next council term, which will be a legacy from this term, the next council term, who will be faced with having to increase the rates. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. 4.9% is already a substantial rate increase, and we have already signalled it through the long-term plan. So I think that it's right at this stage, particularly in the circumstances, to stick with that. I'd like to support some of what Councillor McPherson said around if you look at what has been put in this annual plan that's new in terms of OPEX. In the first year of this annual plan, if you look at that list of new projects and you include the ongoing consequential OPEX of the wastewater treatment plant, power resilience, and then you also include your new projects like school travel planning, 345,000 of new operational spending and some of that you wouldn't even call discretionary. You bring what some of us might call discretionary is even less. So I don't think that it's fair to sit here and and accuse everyone of being addicted to spending and essentially try and say that this situation is due to us putting in new projects here when essentially the lion's share of this additional, I guess, OPEX that we are looking at today is from inflation, it's in depreciation. So I think that some of the commentary is actually quite unfair and is painting a slightly inaccurate picture. And I would also say that would I be happy to take this annual plan to people out in the city? And my answer is yes. Yeah, because we've had to balance a lot. There's a lot of difficult decisions here, but the things that we have added in, a lot of them are for the safety of our people, and that's paramount.
Thank you. Any further debate? Oh, okay, I'll take my right to reply and keep it short. I am not happy with every decision we have made. I opposed some of the spend. We all had that chance, actually, to oppose some of the spend all through this process, which has been quite long. But this motion is purely about whether we use debt or rates to meet our costs at this point, and I am saying a firm no to additional rates. Thank you. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand.
And against?
Opposed?
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson and Councillor Pascoe are dissenting.
Okay. So that brings us to F4, which is the,
They're just getting the numbers, just to put those into the motion.
yeah. And I'll move because that's the basis of debate. I'm sure that's the point at which we're going to have the 3-minute as opposed to 2-minute. But we've had plenty of time to make commentary on the course of the day, so 3 minutes should suffice you very well.
This is where people can practice their election speeches.
And we've also got fees and charges to do after this,
Yeah.
and there's fees and charges in open session. There's also one in public excluded too, just to remind you of that.
Yeah.
Can we hold that over until next week?
Well, let's talk about that after this debate and where we head with the rest of it. Okay, so we got the numbers, please.
Here we go.
Should be ashamed to come back on Tuesday.
Should type them up. Okay.
Should be ashamed to come back on Tuesday just to do a few
Not off tonight.
Yeah, I know, but people are going to go, but they have to go, they have to go. Okay, there they are, councillors. I've moved. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second.
Councillor McPherson, thanks. We've got to have a debate about it.
Can you increase the size of my eyes are tiny.
Okay, I know. I know. Yeah. Yeah. But in respect to democracy, Councillor O'Leary, we're going to allow that final debate. Use it or don't. Okay. Any questions? Any questions? No, there's no questions. As the mover, my final debate will be much less than 3 minutes. Politics isn't a simple game. It's about compromise, and goodness knows we've had to compromise time and again throughout this process. And compromise means that none of us actually gets everything we want. And I think that's where we've landed today. None of us have got everything that we wanted. We've tried to strike a balance, and we can pay for core infrastructure first. We've all decided core infrastructure is the key, and then look at other areas of investment. We don't actually always agree where those areas of investment will be, neither do the public, and our community, neither do the community. On top of that, we have the very vexed issue and complex issue of inflation, which is knocking everyone around far more than we anticipated. Myself, this is about striking a balance between affordability and caring for the community. I have listened to the community about what they want, and that shaped my decisions. But as I've said several times today already, we must be financially prudent. That's my job. That's our job. And that means not being able to do everything we want with other people's money. I just remind Council that we did set up a vision for this Council, a strategic direction over 10 years. This is an annual plan, not a long-term plan. And we did propose that 4.9% increase to deliver on the long-term plan expectations. And just in terms of community engagement, we had 160% improvement in public engagement for that long-term plan than any previous long-term plan. And that's how we debated and turned over every stone. We looked into every nook and cranny for savings, and we landed here. So it is what it is. I'm happy to move the motion. Any further debate? Can't believe there's none. No further debate? Oh, Councillor Pascoe, thank you. I'm looking here.
Thank you, Chair. Look, as a loyal servant of the city and Chair of Finance, I have lived and breathed this report for the last 7 days, 24/7. And this is by far, in my 9 annual plans and long-term plans, this has been by far the most disappointing one that I've had. We started 10 months ago with a confirmed deficit, balancing the books deficit of 2 million. It went up to 8 million. It went to 10. It went to 12. It went to 15, like a worm, and now it's gone back to 14 again. And nowhere along the line has anyone, apart from me, had an appetite to be open and transparent and tell our ratepayers that they really need to be paying for some of this increase. And, you know, we had the lady that Councillor Angela referred to, who was happy to pay for some of the projects that we were bringing in.
Point of order.
Inaccuracy.
What puts it inaccurate?
Councillor Pascoe said no one but himself, I paraphrase, asked the community how they wanted to pay for this and whether it was an increase. We actually did that in our engagement. We actually asked them how they want us to pay for it.
Thank you.
No, I said no one around this table.
No, but that we
supported that.
I'm agreeing with you, Angela.
All right.
Actually, the engagement document is a document of council, so I think technically Angela is correct on this matter.
Okay. What legacy we have now generated is that we are $163 million worse off for the remainder of this long-term plan in terms of retiring debt. So the arithmetic tells me quite clearly that we will not be able to deliver the capital program in terms of our debt to revenue ratio to 2031. If we do not take the appropriate action now or relatively soon in order to repay that 14 or 12 of that $14 million deficit. So I feel totally guilty to the next council, who may and hopefully will include new people who will be facing a legacy from this council that we did not take the appropriate action at the time to address the spending that we have all, or most of us have agreed upon as being necessary for a variety of different reasons. So to conclude, look, this is a real disappointment. It has to be a big no for me, and I feel really bad about that as Chair of Finance, and having worked through a good number of these as Chair of Finance in the past, that I cannot support this annual plan going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Councillor Van Oosten.
Golly, I hope I don't need the whole 3 minutes, but wanted to finish up with a few comments today. We'll be weighed and measured on the decisions we make at this meeting today, on decisions we've made prior to this meeting, and decisions to come. It's an important year for those that sit around the table as we take ourselves out into the political environment for re-election. I'm satisfied that I've listened to the interests of the residents and have those concerns at my heart when making decisions. And I've given them a voice through this process. They're expecting us to deliver a city that's easy to live in, one that people can thrive in, where there's lots to do, a centre that they love to be at, and we want it, don't forget, to be a green city. I believe the projects that we've got in the plan today, the final decisions that we've made after countless hours from staff and our community, delivers on the community need and their expectations. And the budget has been adjusted to give effect to new projects that submitters have brought to us. It felt a bit like the winner on the day has been the cyclists and the bikes, but that's just today's discussion. There's so much more that sits in here in our plans, and $325 odd million of projects speaks to that also. We're in a time of unprecedented uncertainty and high inflation, but we need to provide our CE with a realistic personnel budget. They are the heart of the work that needs to be done here from the city. Having their loyalty is really critical. This factors beyond our control on the depreciation that we have no ability to be able to change, but that has an impact on the bottom line of our books. And that's not easily understood by residents. And they'll often look at those types of things and ask us to trim our coat to match the cloth, to do better. But really, is that a true reflection of the way we manage our books and the consideration that we give it? I suggest that we can do better than that. However, I do think that if we do anything else than what we're proposing in this motion, that we'll be underselling the city. We'll fail to properly plan for the growth our city needs and the quality our residents want. Kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. Firstly, I'd like to agree with every one of Maxine's points there, and certainly save me making some of them. I'm ironically reminded that a couple of about the complaints about some extra spending getting passed at this council, and that at least a couple of those votes for more expenditure today, if you didn't agree with them, actually would have been lost had all councillors been here, because we all know the position that one or two other councillors might have taken. So think about that and the importance of participating. I believe this budget, of the suite of financial conclusions we're coming to, is the best that we could do in the circumstances, given the situation facing us. I think the way of treating the different levers, as listed in this motion, an absolutely legitimate way of handling financial pressures. So I disagree fundamentally with Councillor Robb on that score. I think that the next council will be pleased if it reflects that it hasn't been left with the legacy that an earlier council was left by the 2013 to 2016 council by when it slashed and hacked a lot of planned expenditure in the infrastructure and infrastructure upkeep areas, and that cost us for many years afterwards. We're not proposing to go down that track, and I think that's good. I think that our level of rate increase is actually good when you're looking at some of the government and some other countries' solutions to the financial pressures as well. I think we're quite moderate in that sense. And if people are thinking, and Rob has alluded to this, about election issues or election outcomes, I think that there are some other factors that people will be looking at before some of the issues that he has raised, and that is things like the Founders Theatre, cycle safety, other transport issues, the state of our roads and whether we should slow down Ward Street or not, and some issues that are close to people's home in a physical sense like that, whether the local community centre can survive, the whole lot, whether there's a playground that's up to scratch in their local parks. Those are the sorts of issues that will trigger people when they vote. More than some of the ones that have been raised here. And I'd finally say, in support of Rob, I don't think at all that he's had anything to feel guilty about as chair of the Finance Committee. I think he's done a good job of leading us to this conclusion.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Yeah, this is my 6th one of these, and I learn every time. I learn something new every time, and I relearn original facts. And I want to share 5 learnings that I've taken. I've learned that balancing the books is like greyhound racing, and that balancing the books figure just seems to go further and further ahead like that little rabbit in greyhound racing every single time, and I'm losing hope that we're ever going to make it. I've learned that if residents want change, the way to do it is to come into the public forum, make a very passionate plea, preferably cry, and it works. I've learned that the biggest effect on our budget has been the inflation adjustment, and not the 70k welcoming families package. And I've learned that again, the bigger the issue, the more significant the issue. I call this the Maury Porter concept. The bigger the sum, the shorter the debate. And conversely, the smaller the sum, the longer the debate. But finally, I've learnt again that despite the fact that everyone around this table has incredibly different views and incredibly different skills, some are from the left, some are from the right, some are from the left and the right, what we do have in common is that we are all incredibly keen to serve our community the best we possibly can. And our view of what that great community looks like may be different, but I think we've all worked 100% hard as we possibly can to get what we think is the best for the community. And I'm incredibly proud to serve beside you all, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. The next mayor and council will need to increase rates. They will be landed with a legacy of this council, which will have the following narrative. It will probably go down as one of the most collegial term I have had, and I think we can thank Mayor Paula for that. But where we have failed is in our ability to cut the cloth to fit the current financial landscape. We have failed because we have continued our addiction to deferrals. And I know some of you are offended by that, and I don't say it to offend you. I say it because I think it's fact. We have become a yes council. We say yes to changing street names. We say yes to pulling out statues. We say yes to funding 1.4 million in Paumanua Ora, and we say yes to destroying things like Founders Theatre. We say no to the dream of ever balancing the books, because we're too scared, to cut our pet projects or to increase the rates. And so we just play with debt like a child in a playroom, just plucking debt and thinking that it will never come home to roost. Here we are, having landed an LTP a year and a half ago, and already we are $162 million worse off. Here we are. We had projected a $2 million scenario of balancing the book, and now we're at 14 million. I think the ratepayers of Hamilton will look at this council and say, we didn't hear much arguing. They've set a new bench level. They've been a collegial council. But when you analyse the spending and the propensity to spend, we will go down as one of the councils that could never say no, because we say yes to just about everything.
Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you. I've already made a few points which I won't go over again, but I did want to talk about the submissions, this annual plan, and the commentary around some of those submissions I think has been disrespectful, actually. How many times have we come through our long-term plan, did we have people come with impassioned pleas around the Puketaha Gordonton roundabout, for example, or the Warman Road extension, or the sports club in Rotatuna? Do you remember those submissions? And we responded to those.
Around the, and I'm not quite sure where it fits, and I'm sorry, Sarah,
Yeah.
I certainly didn't mean any disrespect to the submitters, and if I did come across that way, I apologise.
Okay, thank you. Because I
didn't mean that at all. Yeah.
My personal reaction to that was I felt it was disrespectful. Yeah. So I'll continue just to say that, you know, people who came here to talk about cycling infrastructure, for example, firstly, they're not alone in our city in terms of people wanting it to be safer to get around. In our long-term plan, when we had well over 5,000 submissions or something, 2/3 of people said invest more and invest faster in our cycling and micromobility infrastructure. Have we already forgotten that? Secondly, people are subsidising our lack of infrastructure, whether it's lack of choices for them to get around at a lower cost, or a lack of infrastructure for the greater supply of housing. We look at our debt and say, okay, look, you know, you can pull numbers out and say, oh, look, we're addicted to spending. But a lot of this is just core infrastructure to enable people to have housing to live in and to get around our city. It is obviously much less than ideal to not be balancing the books and to be even further away than we were in the long-term plan. And we will have to address that. But I think that most of us are in agreement that 4.9% is already a large increase. And right now, while people are facing significant pressures, is not the right time. But we will need to be addressing it, and it absolutely needs to be a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I'm always reluctant to follow Councillor Wilson because of the intellectual acumen and laser beam, albeit I don't always agree with all of his points, and just as hard to follow Councillor Thompson. But I think it's wonderful that we have great participation, diversity of views and passion, and the 12 of us who are here today, I think have really found this all very challenging and come to a sincere conclusion at the end of the day. I think, Councillor Rob, you're being a bit hard on yourself to a degree, and I know you're probably not going to support today the final outcome, but I just want to pay tribute to your ongoing analysis and sober reflections and your incredibly hard work in the finance portfolio. If I can tell you a very quick anecdote, the other day I had a couple of ex-parliamentary colleagues of mine and their spouses do a day trip on Te Hua from Auckland. They only had 2 hours, so I worked out the only place I could take them in the wonderful rain was the Veranda Cafe, all right? So picked them up from Te Hua. That's leadership, initiative, just bear with me. And a previous council showed great leadership around the venture playground and the veranda and the wonderful family facility. And even though it was raining all day, they were gobsmacked on that little trip. And they were just saying, you know, wow, this is an incredible place. And in terms of the huge challenges around infrastructure, in terms of our high growth, this must remain an incredible place for the kids who sit in the primary school today, who one day will be around this table, sit in Paula's chair, or be working in this council or taking leadership roles, because everything we do today is but another building block for the city and the society in which they inherit. I've got to tell you, look at the photos outside of the old councillors. Do any of you remember the debates on this rate increase or that rate increase or that debt? Really crucial. But what you remember is the building blocks of previous generations, what they did, the incredible infrastructure and development, the parks, the gardens, the wonderful places, making this place a great city to live in. Not detracting the financial challenges we face, not detracting from the headwinds we are in the current economy. Leadership is a balance. It is about listening very respectfully to the submissions and being sincere and trying to get along people. But leadership's also about leadership, about actually making some tough decisions. If you get it wrong, you're out the door. But if you get it right, dare I say it, that's what a future generation will remember you for. On balance, I congratulate you, Mayor Paula, on your inclusive leadership. I think you've done well. This hasn't been easy, but it is wonderful that we can all sit around this table, vote democratically, and I think in the circumstances we have done the best we can.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton. Thank you.
Thanks. Just a few things. Firstly, I'd just congratulate Sarah on her discussion. I think is really bold and accurate. And since I've been in council 4 years, and you know, under former mayor who looked the tiger in the eye and said we need to push rates up 10%, or he was actually talking about 18%, and we settled at around 10%. We've looked at, in the last 10-year plan, we said we want to look after our assets. We didn't want to kick the can down the road, so we took on a really ambitious and aggressive 10-year plan. We've now got really robust depreciation that we're looking to match with renewals, which is the way it should have been, but we never did because we kicked the can down the road. And now the councils in the last few years have said, let's look after what we've got, let's make investment into growth, huge levels of infrastructure. We're taking some of the most advanced infrastructure analysis in the country in terms of the TLA. We're going to the Minister's office and saying, let's look at third-party funding through SPVs and IFFs. We're leading the charge on this stuff. This concept that deferrals gets kicked around frustrates me because we take on ambitious capital projects to build the city. Staff cannot control the marketplace and contractors when you've got tens of millions of dollars and they've had COVID. TGH talked to Chris Droblin last week. 90% of their staff in ACC was off with COVID. 90%. So 10% are left building their frickin' building, and was similar with another infrastructure build in the city. So these deferrals are not fair to put on staff. It's a nationwide problem. We're looking at investment, we're looking at infrastructure, and we're making robust decisions. So I actually think this is something we can be proud of instead of looking for headlines that say opposite. So I thank you, elected members, for your debate and discussions, and I think this council is on the right track. Not perfect, but on the right track.
Thank you. Further debate, I'll take my right of reply. This is a balancing act. We, and I make the word we well known, we have made tough decisions. And as Mayor, I will stand by the majority decisions that we have made today. What I did not hear from some councillors, well, Councillor Wilson talks about cutting costs. I have not heard what costs, what projects, what things Councillor Wilson would like to cut. And indeed, many of us have not proposed things to cut. Some have proposed a few cuts here and there, and I'm one of them. I've talked about cuts in the previous discussions. In fact, I've heard requests from councillors for extra service delivery to the community, extra spend into the community, all for good and robust reasons that have been debated time and especially today. When we talk about cutting, I go back to what I said before. Do we want the electricity at the Puketi water plant to fail and to see poo in our river? No, we don't. Do we want to see us not being able to afford water services into new areas and build new homes? No. Do we want not to be able to meet the costs of landfill? No. Let me also point out that electricity alone has gone up $1.4 million increase, the costs. Cyber security and security at our facilities, $1 million. And that's not fluff and discretional projects. More than half of the things I'm looking here are core functions of council that we have noticed since the LTP that we have to do. So the only thing we're deciding today is, given that we have to do some of these things, and given some of the other things that add value and the majority of councillors have supported, how do we pay for it? I absolutely agree with you, and on a couple of points, debt has to be repaid, and we're mindful of that. And then I agree with Councillor Hamilton on a number of points. We need to look at alternative funding solutions. We have been making a big noise to government. Recently, we were down with Grant Robertson, and we put on the table the pressures that fast growth cities like Hamilton are under for infrastructure, because we might argue about $75,000 here for hit sticks on the cycle lanes. The big costs are in infrastructure. They're in water infrastructure and roading infrastructure. They're in core services. And then I also agree with Councillor Hamilton. We had a discussion in the LTP, and it went for some time, about deferrals and maintenance. And we said we want to look after what we've got. We do not want more facilities to go into rack and ruin or close. So those things have all come into the balance today. And, look, I want to thank you, on a good note to finish with, I want to thank all the councillors. We have had excellent debate. The community have been well served by the debate that we have had today by all of the elected members, and I want to thank you for that. And look, we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Thanks, Kish. Opposed?
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson and Councillor Pascoe are dissenting.
Okay, councillors, let me just take a moment to see where you're sitting in terms of either stopping for the day.
I wonder if the Chief Executive would share the joke he was having with senior management, because I feel like I've missed out. He was laughing a lot in the last...
Were you laughing at me, laugh?
No, it was Councillor, you say, Sarah.
Quoted, I suddenly realised where the poo in the river thing came from, and Lance initially said it.
Well, the first time I called it sewage, but I thought, let's call a spade a spade. It's poo in the river, isn't it, actually, at the end of the day? That's what it is.
I'm working on it.
And that's what people understand, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, look, councillors, we're not far... Well?
We're only going to do these by exception if someone's got a particular
one
they want to call.
Go, and I know one or two of us have to go.
That's it.
And I would like to carry on so that you guys had some space at the long weekend on the Tuesday.
Sorry, it's my problem.
Oh well, look, we've always forecast that we're going to go to 6. I'll just let you know. All right, let's go, councillors, because we always said that this would go to 6, Mark. Just to let you know, we did always have it in a 6. Okay, let's go to fees and charges, please. Fees and charges.
Apologies if we are going past 6.
No, we'll try and get to 6. If we hurry up now, we can.
Take the report as read.
Yeah, I take the report as read. I'm happy to move the fees and charges. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton. Are there any questions? Question, Councillor Wilson.
Sure, I'll go.
Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry,
my question to staff was, have we really tested fees and charges under an inflationary lens? Have we... how realistic are they?
So I guess the process for doing the fees and charges is that each of the business units that are responsible for those fees do go through and review them, and you'll see that some have had inflation applied to them and then that has been rounded. Others have not, and where they haven't, that's usually due to staff assessing what the market can or will kind of accept. But the general rule is that we recoup our costs for those fees and charges primarily. I guess the other thing to note, Councillor Wilson, is that the fees and charges, the inflation assumptions reflect the 5% that we had in the budget until a couple of hours ago, and so that they haven't been updated to reflect that.
So, will they be updated to reflect the?
If I can help, I think that part of the challenge is always the number of people that will use our facilities and pay those fees, and so it's the fees and charges revenue has been calculated on an estimate. That estimate is imperfect.
So the alternative for somebody who was concerned that they might be on the low end would be to suggest a percentage across all fees and services to be determined by staff?
It would be a significant...
Because you certainly don't want to go through every fee and
No, it would be a significant piece of work, and
But the teams do benchmark as well. Helen's team benchmark, like swimming pool fees and, the like and that sort of thing, so
just in relation to that answer before, that they've been predicated on the 5%, so was the motion we just passed that we all spoke to predicated on the 5% increase in fees
No, it was
as driving the revenue.
No, it was calculated up when we had that break, wasn't it?
No, it was, you just said it was stayed at 5%, didn't you? The revenue achieved from fees and services as proposed, this list here.
That's right. That's a revenue, because we
fees
just,
and services, yes,
we just looked at costs.
Not the previous.
Yeah. So in other words, the motion we just passed took only the 5% revenue from here on board. So that's already baked in.
Of the fees and services.
That would actually lower some of those figures marginally if we increased fees and charges proportionally, for instance.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. So I just want to clarify
Okay,
that
no, I
answer
get you.
before.
You're talking about, I didn't. Okay. Any further questions? We'll go to, I don't have anything. Oh, do you want to anybody want to debate this?
Could I move the staff recommendation, please?
I did move it, but you can move it.
I'll second it.
You move it, I'll second, then you can speak to it if you want to. All right, we're in debate, Dave.
Okay. Look, when I first started on council, I used to go through those schedules like we've got attached here and pick out quite a few, and Ewan used to pick out a few more, and someone else would pick out a few more, and we'd spend a day, half a day, debating individual pool fee increases and things like that. So I'm just sort of saying what you're going to miss by by not doing that. But I gradually realised, it took me quite a few years to realise that that actually didn't materially change the finances of the organisation one iota. There were a couple of important principles that we talked about at the time, which is having significant discounts for kids and families at pools and things, some of those community facilities like that, but they're now baked into the fee structure that we have, and the actual detail of the fees, I think staff have, they understand those principles and they've applied them to those fees, and I'm confident that had there been anything that was dramatically out of kilter on, we would be getting complaints about it and submissions about it, and then would address it. And maybe that'll happen in the future, but it's not happening at the moment. And given that we've already taken account for this 5% increase, or the types of increase that are listed here in the discussion at the bottom of page 194 and onwards, I think that we should leave it as it is and support the staff recommendation and get home to dinner on time.
Yeah. Okay. We don't have any more debaters, so we'll go to the vote. All in favour, please raise your hand.
Yeah, you missed my right of reply.
Oh, did you need it?
Carried unanimously.
Yeah, okay, I move that we exclude the public. Please seconded. All in favour? That's everybody. Jolly good. Pardon? 2 minutes to turn the YouTube off. Yeah, that's it.